Welcome to the GameChanger 00100 show. I am your host, GameChanger. So, MTR announced a couple of weeks ago that he's going to do a lot less videos. And that is basically for personal reasons, to clear his head, to change his perspective on life. And so, what it appears is that he he just needed a change of venue, recharge his batteries. So his plan was to just not do videos for a while and go to Thailand, Zoom to Thailand. Shout out to Zoom. Shout out to Richie Mack. And when he got there, what did he start doing? He started doing videos. And the reason why is because he, like most guys that travel, and by the way, MTR has traveled before, but not like this. He, like most guys that traveled, realized that there is a there, a person who steps out of the matrix, and then you can actually. Okay, it's kind of like when astronauts went to the moon, and then they turned back and they took a picture of Earth. Never before that, well, maybe like with the satellites, but still you have to go to space. Never before that was anyone able to see Earth from the perspective of the moon. They just weren't able to do that. Now they are. Ever since that happened, they are. The perspective has changed. You see yourself through a different lens. You see your planet through a different lens. Now that he's left America, and not just on a vacation where you're in a bubble, like when he went to Jamaica, where you're in a tourist bubble where really they just take America and put a hotel resort and stuff, and it's a bunch of American owned businesses, and everything is like America, but it's in Jamaica, and you're there just to say that you're in Jamaica. I mean, you could have went to a hotel resort locally, and then you're not getting the experience. You're not getting the experience of the people. You're not getting the experience of the culture, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. The only thing you're getting is maybe they'll ship some food into you, some local cuisine. Outside of that, it's pretty much the same. And keep in mind that they have Jamaican food in the U.S. So, but he actually traveled for real this time. Got to meet the people, got to understand the people, and he came to a realization, much like I did, that America's priorities is really, really not family and not people focused. America is a machine that generates human beings that are producers and consumers. That's it. When you are born here, they want you to grow up to be a producer and or consumer, typically and. They don't want you to be a husband. They don't want you to be a father. They don't want you to be a pillar of the community. Nothing else matters. Like all, I mean, you can be those things, but it all comes secondary to producer and consumer. And same with the women. They don't want you to be wives. They don't want you to be mothers. They don't want you to be anything. They just want you to be producer and consumer. If you take a look at the shows like Sex in the City, that's them spoon feeding a lifestyle to the general population of women. It's like, okay, don't focus on being a mother, don't focus on being a wife, don't focus on being a part of a family unit, don't focus on any of these things. Focus on making money in New York and walking around buying expensive Italian leather stuff. And of course, these shows are sponsored by the Italian leather people. That's why they have all these name recognitions, these product placements. Like, oh yes, Carrie got this new Luigi bag. Yeah. Oh, look at her new Luigi shoes, and you can walk around with the empty vagina, just on the CC for 30 adult years, and then when you're 50, some Richard Gere looking dude is going to come to you because he wants a woman that can't cook or clean but has a bigger shoe closet than her apartment. Like that's pretty much the lifestyle that they're selling, and a lot of Americans bought it. Um, So when you step out of that to places where the people, many of whom have more children than they have shoes, they most certainly have more children than they have rooms in their houses. You get a different perspective, and they have much larger extended families to where it's nothing for them to say, "Oh, wait a minute, it's your birthday. Oh, okay, I'm going to call some people. We're going to have a party," and then 20 people just come out of like in a moment's notice, which is something that's very difficult to replicate here in the U.S. Like extraordinarily difficult to replicate here in the U.S. So once you get that feeling where quality connections is more important than name brand items, once you get that feeling, you want to escape. You want to leave, and that's where MTR is at now. He's come to this realization. Alpha Male Strategies is going to respond to that. Now, full disclosure, I haven't seen the entirety of the Alpha Male Strategies video. In fact, I've seen very little because I wanted to watch it with you, and I really didn't want to make the time out to watch it twice. So here's how I feel and understand about Alpha Male Strategies. Of all the quote unquote game dudes, he's the one that I like the most. Or I should say, he's the one that I don't dislike. And that's because he speaks on tactics where other game dudes just say you just gotta have game and there's no real tactic or strategy behind it. That's just them trying to say I have game and you don't. And there's also this, push to diminish your standards and to holler at as many women as you can. And with the 1% success ratio, you'll get something. You don't really need, that's not really a strategy. So he actually has tactics and techniques. Whether it's effective or not, I guess it depends on the individual and the execution, and maybe if it's an effective strategy or not. But some of his techniques, I can see working. However, in the past couple years, and this started with Austin Holloman, in the past couple years, he has taken a different approach. I can safely conclude that he feels threatened by the rising culture of the passport bros. Because no matter what, and one thing that all game dudes have in common is that they want their clients to power through the challenges of dating in the West. And they're offering aid in dealing with the challenges in dating in the West. The moment people start saying, okay, I'll just no longer date in the West because it's too challenging and not very rewarding. Once that happens, then their value comes into question. Their what they're offering comes into question. They feel threatened by that, so they attack it. His first attack came a couple of years ago when he just went all out against passport bros with Austin Holloman and stuff, and he even called his would-be clients, physically unattractive. And yeah, and it's like I see why they would do it, And then he's like, I don't understand why you, Austin Holloman, would do it. And then later he came back and retracted, and he said, I can't really criticize the behavior of modern women, and at the same time convince men to stay in it. So his plan, his tactic, his strategy, his strategy shifted from being anti-passport bro to understanding that it's a much more effective means to the end that men want, and you're not going to successfully compete with it. So he's going to embrace it. He's going to co-sign it, and then just focus on the guys who are not capable of leaving the matrix like that. So it's shifted, and now if I had to gauge, and once again I didn't really see it, if I had to gauge what he's doing, is, and this is because MTR doesn't really fit the image of what people hope that passport bros are. I'm going to say that again. He don't fit the image of what people hope passport bros are. Same with Austin Holloman. They hope that passport bros look like the the dude, the kid from Lean on Me, and he also played on Juice. You know, the short fat kid, Sam's. Go on, jump, smoke crack, don't you? They're hoping that the plurality of passport bros look like that and make less money. You know, they're living off disability or something, and they're just going out there so they can criticize them, and they could say, hey, you loser. Oh, and they're also 4'13". Hey, this is a passport bro, you don't want to be that. So once people like MTR was 6'2", charismatic and able to seduce women locally, once they start taking on the mantle, then it comes into question. Then it becomes something more appealing, because then the people who are somewhere between Sam's and MTR start to say, "Oh, you know something? I won't feel like Sam's if I go to such and such country. I'll be doing something more akin to or more aligned to MTR." Also, MTR is significantly, at least by appearance, younger looking than someone like Richie Mack. And this isn't a shot at Richie Mack, because he probably is older than MTR. In fact, he almost definitely is. But MTR is 40 and he don't look 40. So, it's also going to appeal to younger men who's like, oh, okay, this is, hey, if he's doing it, why can't I do it? So and then that is when it becomes a problem, because it'll be harder at that point for people to say it's a you problem. So MTR has the potential to really bring appeal to this lifestyle. And it doesn't have to be the passport bro movement, because like myself, I travel, but I'm not a part of the movement. It doesn't have to be that. It doesn't have to have that label. Just the whole notion of dating abroad, and I'm talking about dating elsewhere, not just abroad, but dating elsewhere. If that spreads, then the whole game ninja lifestyle, the whole strategy of that, and the need for strategies in doing that really comes into question. And let's face it, I mean, effective or not, and this is to help on those strategies if you're listening, effective or not, men come to a certain point, and you're in your 40s as well, just like MTR. Men come to a certain point where they don't want to play chess every time they want to get laid. They just don't. And worse than playing chess, it's really you're playing chess with an opponent that flips over the board in the middle of the game and say, I won. That's the game that you're playing. So before we get into the meat and potatoes and review, Alpha Male Strategies review, I want to share a couple of videos with you. Now, one of them, I wasn't going to do it, but I guess I'm going to do it now. And this was a short that I recently seen. And I want to show you kind of the games. And this is an idyllic situation. Oh, MTR did another video. So he's just pumping out videos. He is really enjoying it. He's trying to share that enjoyment with us. He just did it. He just did one earlier today. Now he's doing another one that I haven't seen because it's 37 minutes old. But let me show you this. And let me show you the type of games that's going on and how it could be fun in the US. I will say it can be fun, especially if you're a younger person and you have time and energy for that. But let me just share this. Let me just share this with you.
I was just coming to let you know you look real good. I had to come tell you that. Yeah, absolutely. What's your name? No, no, I go to UA.
Okay, I'm a little bit older.
You what?
I'm older, and I'm pretty sure you
I mean, I am in my 20s.
yeah.
Okay. I might forgot about the music, but here, let me just change this. And all right. So, but basically, this is him getting at her. She's 31. Not difficult to look at by any stretch of the imagination. Dimples, and she got some. Looks like she has some decent tatas. She's plumping, but she hasn't plumped. Not in my. Well, maybe. If so, she's hiding it. So now, which is fun. That part of the game is fun. The problem is, and he's probably going to come across this problem, is that typically, at least when I was his age, that's when the game ended. You got the number, and the hard part is over. With modern women, this is where the game begins. This is where it begins. Shall I begin? This is where it begins. There's a, I don't know, 50% chance that there's going to be like a random ghosting. There's another 50% chance that there's a random no show, and then there's another 50% chance that she shows and you're just not compatible, or she changes her mind just because. And this is what it would take to get with. Well, actually, that happened in my day too. I'll tell y'all a story. I'll tell you a quick story, but that happened in my day too. But nevertheless, you get tired of playing that game. Now, my story, real quick. I was maybe like, I still had the word. Okay, put it like this. I was so young that I had the graduation tassel on my car, in the rearview mirror in the car. You know how some people hang that over. I had the graduation tassel with the year that I graduated on there. And met this chick. She was 26 years old, and I can't believe I'm at an age to um, where someone so young was considered old to me at the time. She was old, but she was attractive, and she had no kids, and she lived at home, and I didn't. So she had no car and didn't have her own place, and I had both of those things. So even though I was younger, I had socioeconomic advantages over her. And we went out, and she seen the tassel. I was like, and I didn't tell her, because I wanted to be mode one. Rest in peace, Alan Roger Curry. I wanted to be mode one and not lie. So I just didn't mention it. And we had like this don't ask, don't tell thing, um, for a moment. And then the moment, because I seen her see the tassel in my car with the year that I graduated high school, I was like, hey, and she was like, yeah, I know. Well, she said I suspected it because of the way you look. Um, and I seen the thing. Now, and this is an interesting thing about women. She was okay when it was unspoken. She was like, listen, I don't mind dating an 18, 19-year-old if he has his life together. As long as you don't say that you're 18, 19. She wanted to be able to lie to herself. And when I brought it up, I took that from her, and she lost interest. This is why I'm not a mode one advocate. I understand that there's certain comforts in life for all people involved. So I go with that. If you're 5'11" and a woman says her cutoff is 6 foot, then you're 6 foot. Just, you know, like, oh no, I'm standing on 5'11" and a half. Anyway, so I learned the hard way. But my point is that getting the number and going out doesn't really, and even back then, it really doesn't necessarily guarantee you anything. She might be in 31 and him in his college age. He's probably around the same age I was when that story was in place. She probably like okay, it seems like a good idea now, but later on she might change her mind at any time, and that's what we're dealing with. We're dealing with a very fickle dating market. It's not necessarily the case overseas. Now, what I am going to do now is I'm going to give an example of two examples. One, what is dating like here in the States? And then I'm going to give an example. And these I'm not going to say they're random, but these are all plucked from like the last 2 days of YouTube watching. One of them I seen on Chantel's, the other one I seen on Filipina P. So this isn't like I had to scour the internet looking for this. This is just what you see, and this is just what you will come across. All right, so Instagram. And y'all hit that like button, and I want to thank the super chat. The more the merrier, and I appreciate the ones I get. All right, so prefers a millionaire is what she's used to. Oh, okay. Okay. I believe that.
Ray, DMV area 33 is a Gemini, works in finance, mom to twins, a boy and a girl, never married yet.
No, not yet.
All right, girlfriend, what kind of man you looking for, girl?
I wouldn't say I'm necessarily looking, but I'm open.
Okay. Ever notice how women are never looking for a man? See, and this is what I'm talking about, the crap. The crap. And this also goes into what I just said with the story. The lies that they try to tell themselves. They want to believe their own lies. I'm not looking for a man. You're on Kendra G's singles. I'm going to do that today. I'm going to go to a car dealership and say I'm not looking for a car. Like what? I'm going to go to church and say, yeah, I'm not looking to talk about God. What? This is the type of foolishness that doesn't necessarily exist other places. What kind of crap is that?
To all good things, all positive things. Somebody who is emotionally available.
What are your deal breakers?
Okay. That's crap. When they say stuff like that, that's just what they're saying to make themselves appear fair and balanced. Like they always say, oh, I just want a guy that's sweet and kind and emotionally. Shut up. Shut up. What do you really want? Everybody's emotionally available.
Yes, I was saying laziness, someone that's complacent. I'm very driven and I get bored easily. So someone who's just complacent with life, I need more.
Should he make a certain amount of money?
I don't like that question because when women answer, it sounds a little arrogant. However, I've always been, my father raised me. I've always been around nicer things and being able to have access to what I like. And saying that to say, yes, I would like him to make at least over 6 figures. Have I all
over
the men
6
I've dealt
figures
with,
is a millionaire, or do you mean over 100K?
The first.
Okay, so you want to be a millionaire?
So, and like I see, you asked that question. Well, have you dealt with that? Yes.
She actually didn't ask that question. Have you dealt with that? She didn't ask that question. Okay, so say you work at Burger King, and all of a sudden a supermodel comes into Burger King, and you serve her French fries. Does that mean that you are qualified to say, I only date supermodels now? What does that mean? Because my daddy, that means nothing. That means nothing as far as, and I don't even think that her daddy was wealthy. I think that her daddy really took her out of the hood stereotype by first having a father, and second by having a father that, I don't know, is paying a bill or two. It's like, oh yes, I am a woman of sophisticated taste because I have a daddy. Imagine any other race of women saying something like that. My sophisticated taste and desires is based on the fact that I have a father. Jesus.
And that's and like he doesn't have to. Let me backtrack that, because again, that sounds very wild. However, that is what I'm used to. That's what I
That's
like.
not what you're used to.
And I'm a money maker as well, so I want to do it together.
You're not a millionaire. You don't earn seven figures or more a year. You probably, it's like five or maybe even four, to be perfectly honest with you. I'm a money maker. The person who digs into my garbage and recycles the cans is also a money maker. It was a boy. It was like maybe 10 or so the other day, asked to mow my lawn. Um, and he said, "How much?" I said, "How much?" He said 50 front and back. I said, "How much just for the back?" He said, 25. And I said, "I give you $20 for it." So, because I could do it myself. I got a lawnmower. But see, I tricked him because my back lawn is trash right now because it's spring. And those of you who have lawns and live in California, it's difficult because it rains randomly and it grows real fast. Um, and since I don't see it every day, I don't give it as much attention as my front lawn. So he probably don't realize that he's going to walk into the bushes. Anyway, um, he didn't show. He didn't show the next day because it rained, like I said. Um, but nevertheless, he's making money. He is a money maker. Like, I mean, it's not like I make money, therefore he has to be a millionaire. What the hell? American dating.
It's not about what you make, but like I said, don't be complacent. If you don't make that, let's get it together. So that's where I am with it.
So the goal, if you're not at a million, what's the plan to get to a million?
Oh, we have plans. I told you I day trade, so the money's
No,
here.
I was saying for the guy, but okay.
Wait, did she just say she e-trades? She don't have no damn money. Randomly and uninformedly trading stocks is not is yeah.
You got plans.
The guy, in a sense where, let's start a business. Let's do something that you like, something that you enjoy. Let's turn that into something that can be lucrative for the both of us.
So you said that you dealt with that. Was you in a
Yes, you doing something you like can be lucrative for both of us. Meaning that you do it and it'll be lucrative for me and you. This
relationship, or was it a situationship?
A long-term relationship. Women scream that they want a man to make a certain amount, etc. But like you said, can you handle it? And like we have these conversations all the time. A high value man, would he want a woman that wears her makeup a certain way, she dresses a certain way?
They said, "Must what you talking about? It's time for the Kendra Cam. They got to see this body, child." Okay, that's better. So okay.
Oh crap!
And then you said, "Wait,
okay.
you said your hair is real?"
Oh yeah, this is all my hair. No extension. Nothing. It's raining, so.
Okay, so she has a very similar body type to the first light skinned woman that we've seen, that was 30 something, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. To where she is either, and I got a feeling that underneath the baggy shirt, she's hiding something very nasty. Very nasty. And there's nothing really that pops out about the biddies. And yeah, it's above average for a black woman, her shape. Now, which is not saying much for black women. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask what percent of men in America make $1 million or more. Oh no, that's 700,000. Okay. All right. Searching. Approximately 0.01% to 0.03% of American men earn an individual income of $1 million or more. So that's one in a thousand. So if you're asking for a one in a thousand man, then by all logic, you should be a one in a thousand woman. Meaning that if there were 1,000 women in a room with you, you would be the most beautiful. And I hate to say it that, and you know this by being in rooms with 1,000 women. Like if you go to a nightclub or something, or you go to a university, you go to, you pretty much go anywhere where there's a large group of women, 1,000 or more, you will not be the most beautiful. You know this, yet you still make this demand. And we're gonna get into the why they feel they could get away with this. Oh, and by the way, she has 2 kids. I don't know if I covered that part.
The brilliant girl's gonna let you know, child. No makeup.
No makeup. No makeup. You can see that. No makeup.
Okay. So that's that. Here, let me get out of here. So, as a millionaire, that's what you have to look forward to in the US. Now, let's just see what it's like dating in the Philippines. Shout out to Filipina P. I seen this. I was like, oh, I got to go back. So, I want y'all to hear this story. This is somebody who was writing her for advice. Hit the like button, people. That like button.
Home. Sometimes the most important thing is to find a place that is safe. Now, I don't know what's going on at home with Kevin's girlfriend. Might seem like a good way out. But here's where I turn into P, the party pooper. I know it's really tempting, Kevin, and I'm sure what you too. And I was relieved to hear that she hadn't said anything to them yet, and that she'd tell them that the younger sister was just coming to live with us to take circuited as I realized she was talking about her 19-year-old sister, who is frankly even more not. So then I was thinking this was a test or I was being set up.
Oh, wow.
And if I sounded the least bit interested, then she'd go. One of those cases. So now let's hear from Kevin. Hi, P. A really strange situation has come up, and I'd like your input to see if you've ever heard of something like this before. I'm retired and I've lived in the Philippines for over 3 years now. And for 2 of those years, I've had the same girlfriend who lives on another island. She's a provincial woman living with her family while she's college, and she comes and stays with me once a month for a couple of days, as her schedule permits. Lately, we've been talking about what happens after she graduates, and the possibility of her moving in with me while she looks for a job in the city as we start a life together. A few months ago on one of her visits, she asked me something completely out of the blue and totally shocking. She asked me if I'd consider adding another woman to our relationship. My first thought was that she must be bisexual, but when I asked her, she said absolutely not. So then I was thinking this was a test or I was being set up. And if I sounded the least bit interested, then she'd go ballistic. I really didn't want another woman anyway, and I never even hinted at such an arrangement. She's a beautiful young woman with a level head, so her proposal really surprised and confused me. Of course, I told her she was all I ever needed, but instead of smiling and being happy, she seemed kind of sad and disappointed. I tried to find out why in the world she even.
Okay, so apparently this guy is, and I think he's like 50. I don't know if it's going to cover that part of the story, but he's like 50, 50 plus. And the girl that he was seeing just randomly said, "Hey, how about adding another woman into the mix?" Now, I doubt that he's a millionaire, and we're going to see that the woman that they're talking about is not a single mother of two, and chances are she's not shaped like the last woman that we've seen. Because if you look at Filipina P, who, believe it or not, is around the same age as those women, um, though she don't have like a badonkey donk and tiggo bitties, she does have a nice slim frame with some sexy legs to boot. These are things that they have control over. See, the things that women can't control, she really you're kind of like born with your breast size, you know, um, and there's a strong genetic tie to if you're gonna have that, um, booty. However, the things that they do have control over, and that's hair and body mass index, they do max that out, which is what she gives, which is what gives her the advantage. Women like this, the advantage over women like the ones that we just seen on Kendra G. In fact, once again, they're looking for a man that's 1 in 1,000, even though they're not women who are 1 in 1,000, because if Filipina P was in the same room as her, you would already lose. And that's just one person. But I digress. I digress. So this guy in his 50s is seeing a Filipina woman who is in her 20s. And then in addition to that, she calls and says, "Hey, how about another one? Let's see how this transpires. Let's see where this goes."
Brought the subject up, but she brushed it off by saying she was just curious because she thought that was every man's fantasy. But that was not the end of it.
Mhm.
The next time she stayed over, she laid out the whole plan, and she'd obviously been thinking about it a lot. And I was not prepared for what she was about to say. With a very serious look on her face, she said, "I want my little sister to be part of our relationship, and I think it'd be really great for everyone." My brain instantly short circuited as I realized she was talking about her 19-year-old sister, who is frankly even more beautiful than she is. My mind was full.
How many millionaires? And by millionaires, I'm not talking about somebody who scraped together and saved $1 million their entire life. I'm talking about how many millionaires are people who make over $1 million a year here in the States get offers like that. Like, "Hey, you know how you like sleeping with me? Well, I have a younger, hotter version of me. Would you like to do that?" Just asking, like, I'm just throwing it out there. If you want to smash me and my sister, that's just putting it on the table. Just put it on the table and think about it. Think about it. No rush, no pressure. If that's something you want to consider, here's her picture, and she's hotter than me, and yeah. So, want me to suck your penis while you think about it? Like, it was, yeah. That's happening. That's happening. Yeah. I don't even think that happens to Michael B. Jordan here. Just saying.
Of chaotic thoughts and a million questions. But what she said next pretty much explained the whole thing. My girlfriend said this is the best way to protect her and get her out of the province before she ends up pregnant with no future or married to someone without a job who will ultimately leave her. She said she wanted her sister to learn about life and sex in a loving and caring situation that would allow her to
Oh my
finish
God.
college without a financial burden.
Oh my
And
God.
then she can move on with her life knowing what kind of man to look for. Still in shock, I
Oh,
asked if she'd already discussed this with her sister, and she informed me that yes, her sister was on board with the idea,
oh,
and they were
oh,
both hoping I'd say yes.
oh,
Already starting to feel guilty just thinking about it, I
oh.
asked if her parents knew too.
If y'all wondering what kind of man Game Changer is, I am not a man that would feel guilty in this situation at all. I would not feel guilty. And I would partake with the understanding that I am doing her a favor. Each time I bust, I'll be like, you know something? I did something good today. I did a tremendous service today. I am a good person for smashing this her little sister. I'm a good human being. I would actually, so y'all know the type of person I am. I would do that with that understanding. I would know that each and every single time I do that, I am. It's more likely that I'm going to go to heaven. That's exactly how I think about the universe. Y'all let me know. Would y'all partake, or would y'all say, "Oh no, I can't do that"? Why, yes, I can.
And I was relieved to hear that she hadn't said anything to them yet, and that she'd tell them that the younger sister was just coming to live with us to take care of the house, and that we're paying her way through school, which they can't afford. According to my girlfriend, everyone would get
Now, here's the interesting thing, and I thought this when I first heard this. Why don't they just hire the sister as a maid? They didn't even suggest that. They went straight to the boss. They didn't even offer like, hey, my little sister can really help out around the house. It's like, nope, nope. They went straight to listen. Here's the deal. She needs some help, and yeah.
something they wanted or needed. So it was a win-win. And now I have quite a dilemma since I told my girlfriend I'd think about it, let them know. I do like her sister, but even though the offer is very tempting, I see a lot of danger signs too. So P, tell me what I'm missing and help me clear my head so I make the right choice. I've known you for 5 years and you haven't steered me wrong yet. Well, I can try to clear the head on your shoulders, but it's the other one that's gonna need some serious convincing. Okay, so first let's unpack all this for you viewers. I know this sounds like a crazy situation, and it is, but that doesn't mean it's
Ah,
all that uncommon, where there's extreme poverty.
ah. You could deal with this, or you could deal with that. You could deal with this. Imagine making 500K and some chick that didn't snatch back after her first two babies tell you that she's looking for somebody who makes 1 million. Imagine that. Imagine being a neurosurgeon and having a mid chick tell you that. Just imagine that. That's what it's like here in the States. And then imagine making five figures, low five figures. Let's just say that you're living on a pension of some sort, or you're living off of an insurance settlement, you know, and you're getting like $2,000 a month, 24K a year, and everywhere in the states you are, because they're asking for 1 million and you got 24K. And imagine going to that country and they say, hey, would you be interested in my sister as well? You'll be doing us a favor. And then having her say, this is not uncommon. Wow. Okay, I'm gonna go get some water and play this.
Or turmoil at home, sometimes the most important thing is to find a place that is safe. Now, I don't know what's going on at home with Kevin's girlfriend and little sister, but if it's like some households, A setup like this one that we're discussing might seem like a good way out. Might seem like a good way out. But here's where I turn into P, the party pooper. I know it's really tempting, Kevin, and I'm sure what you're describing would make a once in a lifetime penthouse forum submission. But some lines should never be crossed, and I think this is one of them. If her sister's in need of a safe environment, then why not use your girlfriend's idea? Let her take care of the house and maybe do the cooking. And in return, you help her pay the tuition. School is ridiculously cheap here.
Ha! So enough of that foolishness. I think we heard enough of that foolishness. And don't get me wrong, Filipina P is a sweet pea, a sweet Filipino pea. Don't get me wrong, but I'm not going to take that advice. How about instead of her doing her and her sister, while the older sister holds the camera, how about instead of for that, you just pay her to wash your dishes? Well, she could do that too. I am a freak. All right, so let's read some super chats and then we'll get to the main. uh, Filipino P came up with the idea of, you know what would be a great idea? If she not such your penis. It would be a great idea if she didn't suck your. You're so sweet. You're adorable. You're adorable. I want to pat the top of your head. Well, make no mistake, I am a man. Okay. All right. Langdon, Dallas says, is that Dallas at the list? Yeah. It says, black men are running into the cold reality of no matter how attractive or successful you are as a black man, the disrespect does not stop with black women. No. And even still, and the level of appreciation does not increase much. And this is coming from someone who is reasonably attractive and who has experienced a wide range of socioeconomic levels. It doesn't go up. Like it doesn't, or I shouldn't say it doesn't go up, but it doesn't go up significantly. There are a lot of people who have made five figures all of their lives. And they're under the assumptions that if they just they're under the assumption that they're 10K away or they're 20K away or they're 30K away from just supermodels dropping their panties. Because if you make 70K and all the women are talking, about 100K, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, once you make that 100K, then that's when all the panties drop. No, it does not. Trust me, I've been on both sides. It does not work that way. First of all, it's indistinguishable to them. Unless they're looking at your check, they're not going to really know the difference between 75 to 80K and 100K. They're just not. Nothing about your lifestyle will say that this person has an extra 25K. So so you once you hit that six-figure mark, if you haven't hit it and you think that the world of panties is just going to drop for you, it's not. You don't become a corn star, a free corn star just because you've reached that plateau. So those of you who make like 95K, just oh, I'm going to do DoorDash on the weekend so I could get that extra five. You're wasting your time unless you really need that five. And that's with everything. Like the bigger house, the more expensive car. It's like a slight nudge. It's a slight uptick. It's a slight uptick in the quality. It really is. There is no greater increase that a man on any socioeconomic level can get than to travel overseas. And we've seen it firsthand. Like once you start making 6, they'll just start demanding 7, and so on and so forth. So get that notion out your head that it's going to be that there's a light at the end of the rainbow. And take Obsidian for example. Obsidian is under the impression that his inability to attract top women is due to his height. So he's under the impression that if he were 6 feet or greater, that once he reached that 6 foot mark, and I'm somebody who's on the 6 foot mark, that it just turns into this smorgasbord. No, it doesn't work that way. It just doesn't. So get that notion out of your head. And we're not even going to talk about the respect factor. There's an appreciation level that that just don't really exist like that. But I'm going to play some of this so I can get it started, and we'll get into it. Shout out to the Filipina P and Kendra G. All right. All right, here we go. Somebody said you're a wild animal, GC. I'm not a wild animal. Every human, listen, I'm an honest animal, I guess you could say that. But I mean, that's the truth. Like, I'm gonna say, hey, you want to smash my sister too? You know, and just like him, I'd be reluctant because I think it's a trap. But you know, he scanned it and realized that it wasn't a trap, that she was dead serious. Like, okay. When I was in the Philippines, I was smashing a chick, and then I met her sister, and her twin sister, and I wanted to smash the twin sister too, not for any reason. Okay, first of all, understand this. I do. I've had threesomes in the past. I do not do sibling or cousin threesomes ever. I don't even fantasize about that. I don't think that women who are related should touch each other in any way, shape, or form during that. That disgusts me. I really just wanted to do her sister just to say that I did it. Now I didn't because her sister was married. Her sister was married to a foreigner too, and that's why she had like the added pressure to try to make things work with me because like her sister is married to a foreigner, her twin sister is married to a foreigner. She wanted to get herself a foreigner too. It didn't happen, but I thought it, and don't be ashamed of thinking such things. But yes, in this situation, I would partake. Anyway, Alpha Male Strategies. Hit the like button, hit the Cash App button, hit the Super Chat button. All right.
This is the best country in the world. The strongest military might.
He did a lot of these videos. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. In the States, isn't MTR like a dresser? Like, isn't he someone who dress snazzy? Isn't he like I don't know if on his show regular, because I don't really pay attention to such things, especially on men. If he's a t-shirt person. But I do know that here, on all the videos he did, he was in a t-shirt. And it's just that comfort. It's just that comfort of knowing, like, hey, you don't have to, pick out your clothes. You could just buy a pack of Hangs and throw a different one on every day and still get attention. Now, he's 6'2", MTR. I'm 6'0". So, and I got attention off of that in the Philippines. I haven't been to Thailand, so I can imagine being 6'2". Um, that being the case. And here's what I mean by attention, because I don't want y'all to think that ooh, he has a 6 in front of his height and they drop their panties. No, here's what I mean by attention. By attention, I mean kids asking me if I was a basketball player, and me looking them dead in the eye and saying yes, yes I am. And women and girls coming up and asking to take my picture, not because they have any intention on dropping their panties or anything like that. They just want to take a picture with me, just for whatever they're going to do with that picture. Put it on their Instagram, Facebook, or what have you. And in one instance, that happened to me like 7, 8 times in the 3 week period I was there. And one of the instances, it was her boyfriend that took the picture. So that's a little taken back. So that's what I mean when I say, you know, um, notice, being noticed. If I got noticed, he definitely would get noticed, especially in, okay, especially, I was gonna say especially in the Philippines, but he's not in the Philippines. The reason why I would say him, especially in the Philippines, is because everywhere I looked when I was there were pictures of Steph Curry. Now I know y'all can't see me, but I'm a brown skinned man, and Steph Curry is a lot closer to MTR's complexion and height. So I don't know if that's because he's their type, or because he's a basketball player or something like that. But I mean, having that and then having like a 6'2" light skinned dude walking around when all you see is Steph Curry billboards, I'm pretty sure that would just intensify whatever they had going on with me. Nevertheless, there's a there. So, yeah.
Going into this, that what I was not going to do was to make this like primarily for video and document, right? At least about 2.5 weeks into the trip. So at this particular junction, we can say that I indoctrinated enough.
Okay, so Alpha Male Strategies reacted to that. I don't know what he's gonna say on that. Okay, so I listened to some of it, but I listened to like the first 10 minutes, but like spot listen. Like I listened for a few words and then I just skip past it. So I don't know where he's going with this now, why he's laughing. But I'm gonna say this: massages in Asia, developing Asia, are very, very, very cheap. Um, for me, it was $4 for an hour, um, and so it's easy to get one every day. Now, to give y'all some perspective, where I live, for the same Asian woman to give me a massage, it would cost anywhere between $60 and $80, and they browbeat you for a tip. They are. Somebody said no audio. Is that true? Can y'all hear me? Testing, testing. Hello? Testing. Anyway, they browbeat you for a tip. So you'll come close to paying $100. All right, so they say you can hear me. Okay, cool. All right, let me go out and go back in on the video. All right. Anyway, um, so to go from that anywhere between 60 and 90 bucks, 60 and 100 bucks actually, to go from that to $4 is a for the same service is a huge up. So it makes sense that he would get 2 hours, and maybe that's why Alpha Male Strategies is laughing. Someone said, "Have I been to Thailand?" No, I've only been to the Philippines. I haven't been to Thailand. Um, the circumstances under which because I know that there's like which one is better, Philippines or Thailand. The reason why I went to the Philippines is because I went with people who were going to the Philippines. One of whom was Filipino. That's the only reason why I chose that. Here in California, there are a lot more Filipino people here than there are um, people from Thailand. A lot more.
12 bucks. Okay.
I hope that's all he was getting was a massage. That's alone. I don't know.
Agreed, and that's in the states too. It's not that they don't know what they're doing. It's that they try to be more sensual than actually getting the job done. They try to, caress and rub, and it's like, oh, look at me, I'm pretty and I'm touching you, and then you just sit there like, bitch, if you don't get these knots out. But the old ones, they be and Oriental people are little, and their women are even littler, so they will step on your back. Like the one I have, she's like maybe like 80 years old, and she has this thing on the ceiling that she grabs on top of, and then she walks on me. She walks on me, and then and she puts her feet like right in the spot. And then if they don't do that, they put their knees in it, like they'll crawl on your back. And you won't die like you would with Keisha. If Keisha tried to pull some crap like that, like you wouldn't walk out with like scoliosis or something like that.
Okay. Go with the old. Okay, if you walk by the shops and you see like masseuse this and that third, generally about it, your back will thank you for it. Anyway.
Someone said 80 years old. Yeah, they live longer. Why are you putting a question mark on that? They live longer. They live a lot longer than regular people.
Was knots that was taken out of my back that's probably been in there since 2016. I got up and I said to myself, after thinking it probably about for an hour in the massage, and I said to myself, we've all been scammed. We've been sold a lie. We've been told do good in school.
Okay, so it looks like I'm lagging. Let me see if I can do something about that. Tim Howard said I didn't know that. Yeah, they live a lot longer. Um, Asian people live a lot longer than black and white people. Probably diet and lifestyle. Who knows? It could be genetic, but they do live very, very, very long. So um, it's not uncommon that you see because y'all, our president is 79 or something like that, and people say he's breaking down. But nah, she still be with it. Somebody said, still that's old for working. They don't stop working. Okay, so here, and listen, pointing out people's culture and the differences within is not the same as racial stereotyping. Asian people have a tendency to work for themselves. Let's start there. They have a tendency to work for themselves, particularly the Chinese. And that's just the culture of the place that they come from. So there isn't a stop to that. There isn't a retirement plan, and they always want to stay productive. They never want to just sit down and watch soap operas or play bingo or something like that. Um, Typically, like, okay, for example, I grew up in Oakland. For those of you who don't know, and there exists a Asian community, immigrant, Oriental community here, as well as an Indian community. But the Indian community didn't really exist when I grew up. Along my bus route, when I was in high school, there was a park where they would do Tai Chi every morning. Tai Chi is like a martial arts slash ballet thing that they do. I mean, it's kind of like Taibo or something like that without the punching and stuff. Look it up. I can't explain it. Just look it up. Look up what it is. I actually had to ask one of them, what are they doing? Um, and that's when they told me. But just look up and you'll see what Tai Chi is. Anyway, um, they would do that every morning. Now think about it. I'm in high school, which means that I have to, I'm on the bus like at around 7 just to get the first period at 8, and I would see them doing that every morning. These are the older ones. I'm gonna say martial art meditation. Yeah, I guess that's the best way to describe it. So they just they just do stuff like that. They're never just sitting down idle, not doing stuff. They're always they're always doing stuff to be productive to their surroundings. Uh, I admire a lot about their culture. I do, um, and it's likely because of that culture they live a very 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 long time compared to regular humans. And it could just be because they're littler, and I think little people live longer. It could be something as simple as that. But nevertheless, um, they have their own businesses, and they work a very long time. And the woman who does it, she didn't retire in her 60s. She's old and she's still like doing stuff, doing my massage. And I don't think, because I didn't talk to her, but I talked to another one. A lot of those people be, let's just say Slavic without the ick on the back of it. At least how we define the word, meaning that some doctor or something opens up a shop and then hires somebody from his country to come and work in said shop and pocket all their money, which is what they do here. And I'm pretty sure some people do that there, wherever there is, wherever you guys are from. But they do that here. Orientals do that a lot here. Um, to okay, it's bad considering our history here in the U.S. For them, it's a win-win because on one hand, you have a person who got his H-1B and he is making six figures here in the states, and he could just live his life, but instead he's like, I'm going to open up a shop and hire somebody who was giving $4 an hour massages and have them come here and make a lot more money and send that money back to their country. So yeah, but they're not getting paid. They're getting paid like less than minimum wage. That's why they beg. So that's why they beg for a tip so hard. All right. The reason why I'm stalling is because I'm trying to download it so I can. So hopefully it won't lag as much. So I'll be working on that. What is going on? Oh, that's what's going on. Okay. All right. So my mistake. I'm trying to download this so I can not have the lag. There we go. Start on downloads. There we go. Okay, now it's loading. All right. Anyway, y'all say martial arts mixed with yoga. Yeah, yeah. That's kind of that's the best way I can describe that. Somebody said all of these chicks dealt with millionaires. Well, I mean, from her perspective, like, I mean, she said my father, and she didn't even say millionaire. She said my father had an income, and I had a father, therefore I deserve a millionaire. Like, really? Okay. Um, but I don't even know if she ever dated a millionaire. Like, was the guy who impregnated you a millionaire? I guess would be the question. I mean, because if not, you're demanding a lot more and you're giving a lot less because he had childless, the JJ, and you're selling like stretched, like baby head stretched, the JJ for over 10 times what you were charging him for. I worked at McDonald's when I was younger with a chick named Mimi. She legitimately could have been a model. Yeah. So does that mean like, oh yeah, well I worked with one at McDonald's and now I deserve one? Like, you know, the logic. I swear. Kendry has to let go of these goofy wigs and weaves. There, she's not. She's not. Yeah, Kendry wig come with the baseball cap. I think the baseball cap is to keep it on. Means she has 20K in savings. Does it? You're talking about because she says she's an investor of some sort? I don't think that you need 20K to invest. I invest, but and no one ever has ever asked me how much I have saved, so I don't really know about that. Um, it shouldn't be a badge of honor to look good without makeup. That's a prerequisite. Well, not only that, it's commonplace in everywhere else in the world. If a woman looks good, like I mean, all of her things were just absence of a negative. Like this is my real hair, and I'm not wearing makeup. These are absence of negatives. Negatives that Kendra G just so happen to possess, but absence of negatives just in case. For example, Filipina P, she has her real hair and she don't have makeup on either. Like, yeah, your entire flex is a very common thing amongst other, including the I have a father flex. I mean, white women will flex on the most basic things that come standard in all other models. It's kind of like if I were to flex on you guys for having a car with wheels and an engine and brakes and an AM radio. Like it's like these are things that come standard. Like my car got power windows. Like, come on now, that's not a huge flex. Somebody said Filipino chicks have a tendency to lean towards matriarchy in comparison to other Asian nations. Yeah, that's because their men are trash. And I've seen it firsthand. And if you're Filipino and you want to come at me, just prove me wrong. Because um, from what I've seen, and okay, and trust me, it's not. I'm not completely ignorant to the lack of opportunity that's available there. And I'm also not completely ignorant to the fact that women have, especially young women, have significantly more opportunity than young men. For example, to get that $4 an hour massage, that's an opportunity that's available to young women and not necessarily young men. Um, so yeah, the reality is the entire tourist industry caters towards um, young women, and they have the advantage in that. Women have or excuse me, the Philippines. A lot of their GDP is tourism, an industry that favors young women, just like education in the U.S. favors women over men, just like caregiving in the U.S. favors women over men. Um, and being a waitress, like, there's a lot of young jobs that favor women over men. While man is busting suds in the kitchen, she's out walking around just handing them plates of food and getting tips. So it is unfair. Um, Even taking into consideration that, from what I've seen, a Filipina would there I could see why they would be concerned and have a strong need to do it themselves, as opposed to depend on their own male population. Either the opportunities are there or they're just not seizing the opportunities. That's and it's sad to say, and that's why they genuinely gravitate towards foreigners. But if they wanted to set a matriarchy, they wouldn't gravitate towards anyone. So, yeah. All right. Also, most of this country's, the U.S. Outsourced customer service agents are Filipinos, or Filipinas, I should say. And that's also an industry that caters to women. So, yeah. Women have an extraordinary earning advantage over men, which over their men, which is what's fueling the matriarchal mindset. But that's a Filipino problem, not yours. Um, your problem is, should you do her little sister or not? All right, man. I don't know about that. I grew up in an area where Filipino people live in, and no brothers married to them. Oh, you saying black men aren't married to? What are you saying to Lane? Is he saying that they prefer brothers? And some do, some don't. Lane, then granted, they don't take shit from anyone, but from what I understand, they don't disrespect their men. Yeah, that's what I understand too. But prolonged exposure to America can do a lot of things to a lot of women. I've seen some Filipinas fall into single motherhood in the States. So it looked like a Keisha-ish. Maybe. I mean, it depends on the reason for her falling into single motherness. Um, every race has single moms, though. True. It's just much lower rate for Asian women. Very low. Yes, this is true. Single mother isn't something that any other group of women really aspire to be. Like, it's a result of something going wrong. Because black women's seduction technique is leverage, then being a single mother is a badge of honor, because they're saying, listen, I could do it without you. So, yeah. So their mentality is completely shot. But it's mostly a way for her sister to take care of her sister. She's just trying to reciprocate. Okay, I'm trying to see what you mean by that. Okay, I'm just gonna break down the thinking how I see it. That, and I'm trying to see it from the woman, the older sister's point of view. She got a foreigner. She got a foreigner that lives in the Philippines and makes American money. This is something that doesn't happen to every young Filipino girl that wants it. It just doesn't. Not even close. Not even close. I would say it's probably like 2 in 3 of 100 that want it actually get it. So she's like, okay, I'm going to um, chances are my younger sister is not going to get it, even though she's prettier than me. She's not going to get it. I'm going to work to assure that she does. Because guess what? If she don't, then I would have to support her out of my allowance from him. Okay? So she's like, well, let's do it this way. And also, it secures the relationship more too. Because it's easy to leave an attractive Filipina for another attractive Filipina. It's harder to leave an attractive Filipina and her attractive sister for another attractive Filipina. That's a lot harder to do. It's like, ooh, I got a 2-for-1 special here, and so yeah. This is what happens when there's no welfare system. Hmm. Yeah. Yeah, I think basic needs being fulfilled um, does give Western women an extraordinary leverage advantage. I mean, the whole "I'm going to eat regardless" factor does come into play. In fact, I was talking to a Filipina, and she was a working girl. Um, she was in the karaoke. Okay, so when you go to a karaoke spot, and what they do is a couple of girls, a couple of young ladies will come to you and keep you company and talk and try to convince you to sing um, and stuff like that. They're just company girls, right? So I was with two of those, and you buy them drinks, and I think it's the same as the strip clubs here in the U.S. You buy them drinks, and they get like a commission off of the drinks. So, and you get the company and stuff. And in that company, they were asking me about the states, and they did seem enamored, or at least one of them did seem enamored by the fact that welfare exists. You know, because she heard about it. It's like a legendary thing to them. And she even asked, "Do y'all have homeless people in America?" I was like, "Yeah, we have homeless people." And she was like, "Well, how can a country that's so rich have homeless people?" And I didn't really want to go into that. That's because I know that she's very young and she has a very limited worldview, so she wouldn't understand my answer to that. But what I did say is we don't have homeless women that look like you, which is a very true statement. You know, we just don't. We don't have young, attractive homeless women. Um, and she just kind of took comfort in that. But no, women in other countries do hear about the welfare system as a dream state. I mean, and it is because that's anyone. If you live anywhere in the world and you've had less than 3 meals a day, more than 3 days in a row, to find out that there exists a place that just because you were born here, you will never have that problem is spectacularly, is a spectacular thing. All right, let's see. I can't lie. Asian food disgusts me, especially since I don't like seafood. Well, I do. To each his own. All right. Because Filipinas clean up automatically when they get smashed. Yeah, they pretty much do. Latinas do that too. And they do like little stuff, like they go get pizzas and go get laundry and stuff. All right. You would have gone to jail. You have gone to jail if I had sex with sister because she was married. I know. I didn't know if that was a law at the time. So what he's talking about is it's illegal to smash a man's wife, to knowingly smash a man's wife in the Philippines. And he's right. If I would have smashed a sister, then I would have went to jail because I knew. Not only did I know she had a husband, I knew her husband. We double dated. You know, her husband was a white dude. He wasn't American. He was some type of European or an Australian, but he was older than me, and I'm male. And yeah, he's right. It's illegal to smash people's wives. Oh, and the fact that he's a Westerner, I wouldn't be able to pay myself out that situation either. Like, I mean, if that happened and it was a Filipino's wife, then maybe um, I don't know, 100-200 bucks, and it's like okay, and the whole situation just disappears. But I don't think that'll work with them. But I didn't really think too hard into it. And after I met the dude and shook his hand, I'm, like the whole desire of smashing your wife, because it really wasn't. I didn't have a desire of smashing a man's wife, and I don't even in the states at all. This was when she was like, you want to meet my twin? Like, oh, you got a twin. That was it. That was the beginning and end of me saying, oh, I want to smash your sister. Like that. It wasn't like a lingering fantasy, even though I never smashed like a twin, and I missed an opportunity to do so, which I chronically regret. All right, let's see. He dressed casually during his show, but I've seen pics of him dressed up on. Yeah, I'm thinking about that music video he does, and he dresses up. Okay, why didn't MTR cup Melanie King or Millie Monaco at GC? Well, once again, it's different dating standards. Um, Melly Monaco is with like a more renowned, well-to-do guy, a guy with greater money and status, which is something that you really don't have to compete with to the same extent abroad. You really don't. Um, and Melanie King is a single mother, like who's older. I mean, and she's probably messy. So he was right to like not try that because it would I mean, look at what Alba is going through right now. Like you know, really some bullshit waiting to happen, especially considering the way she was throwing it at him. You know. Okay, so for those of you, like, think about it like this: she was looking for a public relationship. She was looking for something to talk about. She wants to be seen. Like I don't even know if her channel has died yet. I know I haven't seen like any of her videos anytime soon. I do know that she's looking for like to be an it couple on YouTube, and her linking up with MTR would give her just that. That's not going to be in MTR's favor because once that whole it couple thing wears down, then it turns into a Will Smith and Jada Pickett situation. And the man always loses in that situation, always. You know, she has the ability to make you look bad, and you don't necessarily have the ability to make her look bad. It never goes into a man's favor, and she's that type of messy. If he had, indulged, the next time she needed a ratings bump, she would have brought drama, personal drama, into the YouTube sphere, just so she can be, the topic of conversation. Okay, all right, let's see if this is working. Let's bring up the downloaded video. Someone said indentured servitude. Yeah, that's the best way to describe that situation. But once again, if you are in Asia begging people on the streets for $4 massages and you have a chance to give $80 massages plus maybe a $20 tip, then that's it. Like, I mean, because one tip is a whole day's work. I mean, basically, you're getting in an hour what you get in a day there, and you're sending it back. So, if you're an 80-year-old grandma or great grandma and stuff like that, you're sending this money to your son's education. It's a great deal.
World, the strongest military might, the American dream. What is that anymore?
There we go.
Is that even a thing? What's the American dream in 2026? What does that look like? All right, I'm about 2.5 weeks into my trip right now. And I knew kind of going into this that what I was not going to do was to make this like primarily for, all right, at least what's going through my mind at the time. I don't know when I'm going to be uploading this, but nevertheless, this is about 2.5 weeks into the trip. So at this particular junction, we can say that I have been satiated enough, indoctrinated enough into what's going on out here, and enough to give at least an initial curly. You know what I'm saying? All right, hello. Yeah, I had to get the spot with the jacuzzi in it. You understand me?
Okay. Right off the bat, like I said, I haven't been to Thailand. From what I've seen on that street, their country is remarkably cleaner than the Philippines, but that could just be a particularly clean street in a particularly clean neighborhood. I'm a very frugal man, and I price line my hotels. So I probably didn't get the 4-star resort with the jacuzzi. Or I know I definitely didn't get one with a jacuzzi um, when I was in the Philippines. So I'm not going to put this on the Filipino people, but I did just walk the neighborhoods because that's what I do when I'm in places. And there was a lot of trash everywhere in Manila. A lot. Men are shaming MTR for not sleeping with Melanie. Melanie Monaco, or how do we know he didn't sleep with her? As I understand, they just went to Jamaica, and something may or may not have happened. I don't know if either party ever came out and say if anything happened, and because it's frankly none of our business as much as I like to know. But why would you shame somebody if you don't even know if they did or didn't? That's weird. It's a lot of hating weirdos out there. I get it too. Like, so I'm pretty sure a content creator who's as successful as MTR gets it like ridiculously worse.
Had to get the spot with the jacuzzi in it. Anyway. Real quick. I've had an epiphany. And I was getting up.
Sorry, I hope.
All right, here we go with the trick shaming. Oh, that's all he was getting was a massage. So what if it wasn't? So what if it wasn't? You're not gonna shame. Listen, I did all kinds of stuff there in the Philippines. You know, um, like I said, I went to the karaoke thing. I know that those girls. I know that for $40, I could have took one of the karaoke girls home. I made working girls do pull-ups. So I'm at this go-go bar, and a go-go bar is just as it sounds. Okay, I want you to picture like an American strip club where the girls cannot dance or don't know how to dance very well, and combined with there really isn't necessarily going to be a pole there, and you can sleep with them. So those are the major differences between that and a strip club. Um, I made them, and this was for like, um, um, it was either 50 or 100 pesos, which is like $1 or $2. They was like, "What do you want to see?" Because I was like the only customer there. It was like, "What do you want to see?" I said, "I want to see who can do the most pull-ups on the bar that connects the pole to the thing." So there's a mirror, and then there's a pole, and then there's a vertical bar that holds the pole in place. I did that. I made them arm wrestle. I did that. I made them race on the streets. Listen, I don't care. Ooh, ooh, ooh. I hope that's all you got. I don't, man. Here we go with the policing.
By the way, if you guys come down here, the best masseuses is like the older Thai women. The young ones don't know what they're doing. Okay, go to. Anyway, don't worry about it. Your back will thank you for it. Anyway, it was at the end of the 2-hour, $12 oil massage, one of which there was knots that was taken out of my back. That's probably been in there since 2016. I got up and I said to myself, after thinking it probably about for an hour in the massage, and I said to myself, we've all been scammed. We've been sold a lie. We've been told, do good in school. Hopefully you get to maybe upgrade to a cool 4-year school, or maybe go get yourself a good trade, right? But figure out what you can do in order to be valuable. You get out. You find a little PYT. Y'all.
I'm gonna pause it because it was lagging a bit. I want you to get that point. What he's saying is that the American dream is a lie. And what he don't know, but I do know because I'm a little bit older and wiser, is that it's not that the American dream is a lie. It's that it's only being sold to the men. Boom. I'm going to repeat that. It's not that the American dream is a lie. It's that only the men are dreaming it. Boom. The American dream is not a lie. Only the men are dreaming it. Boom. So while you're dreaming about white picket fences and the Goodyear swing in the backyard and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, they're dreaming of Mercedes Benzes, and they're dreaming of flights to the Caribbean and flights to Dubai or wherever these broads want to go to say that they went there. They're dreaming of stunting on other American women. It's like, listen, all I want is a white picket fence. They're like, nah. They dreaming of Birkin. They have a completely different dream, for the most part. They have a completely different dream than what you're dreaming of. Your dream involves them. Their dream involves stuff. They dream of stuff. You dream of people. You dream of wife, kids, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Really, all of your works and labors is going towards fulfilling that dream. They're dreaming of something completely different. So the American man and the American women are not on the same page.
Is that true? Is that true in the West?
Somebody said women compete with other women. Men compete with other men, but on completely different things. Men compete with other men on some stuff like my son is the captain of the football team. My son is going to Harvard. Like that's what they compete on. He's the national spelling bee champion. That's what they're competing on. I make the best ribs on the block. That's what they're competing on. The quality of life that they're able to give others, namely their children. Women compete on basis of how much crap they got and how much crap their husband put up with.
Right now. And listen, I do well for myself. But when I go into these different stores and I see the price for like eggs and shit like that, I'm like, what the fuck is this? So even if you do all these things, and unless you find revenue generating work or feed, like something they're trying to make money, they no goddamn so there. You get left with this feeling of, is that it? But then as that's happening, you're also listening to the propaganda. You're listening to the propaganda of that this is the best place in the world for you to live. That this is the best country in the world. Strongest. Military. What is that? Is that even a thing? What's...
All right. Let y'all guys come in, hit the like button. If you don't like the video, like it in the goddamn way. But shout out to my brother MTR. So let me talk about some of the stuff. Guys, when you stay here in America, the capitalist, of course, it's going to seem like it's the best thing since sliced bread because you.
Well, I don't know why people say the best thing since sliced bread. I really don't. Like, was there a time before they decided to slice bread that people was walking around with whole loaves of bread? Like, there's got to be something better than this. They were just like eating a whole loaf. Like, man, I wish somebody would come up with something. I wish that there was like a way around this. I wish that like were they just like biting off chunks of bread and then spitting into other people's mouths? Like, why do people say the best thing since sliced bread? Like that's the last great invention that somebody made. I'm wondering, like, for that to be a saying, I'm wondering how long between the invention of bread and the invention of slicing it did that happen? Like, did they invent bread and then 100 or so years later they decided to cut it? Like, what? But okay, he wants to go with that one. It's the best thing since sliced bread. Listen, just like sliced bread is a drastic improvement to existing bread, foreign women is a drastic improvement to your social life, your social sexual life, than American women. So, in your own analogy, Alpha Male Strategies, American women would be like a whole damn loaf of bread that nobody took a knife to. And foreign women would be like sliced bread that you can make sandwiches with and you can put peanut butter jelly on. Like, I mean, that's the so yes, they are better in that regard. It's a great improvement on something that exists.
Bringing American dollars to a country where it goes 10 times farther, right? But if you live there and you made the money that they pay to him, but I bet you people that live and make their money there, it's not cheap to them.
Every man who travels know and don't care. Every man travels know and don't listen. First trip out of the country, Dominican, right? I'm walking around like boo boo the fool. And here's what I mean when I say walk around like boo boo the fool. You're different. You ever see a foreigner and you could tell that they just got here, they walk different, they look different, they're looking at regular stuff with awe and amazement and stuff. You could just tell that they just got here. Um, in fact, a Filipino friend of mine at the time, he called them fobs. Maybe that's a slur. That's not how I tend to use the word, and I don't think that that's how he intended for it to be used. But he he messed with Filipino girls, but he only dealt with a certain type. I seen a group of them. I was like, hey, let's go over there, see what they talk about. He's like, man, those are some fobs. So what fob mean is fresh off the boat. And I couldn't see it, but him being a Filipino American was able to see the difference clearly, that they just got here. So that's what you are when you go places. I was a fob. I was fresh off or a fop, fresh off the plane. So walking around and wanted to buy me a soda pop, and they said something, and I just held my palm out with some coins and had them pick out how much it is, and they did, and it was maybe like 50 because I didn't know what the currency was. I was brand new. I was brand new, and I didn't know what the currency was. And yeah, so but the point is that the soda was a lot less expensive there. Like here, that same soda would be like going on $3 here in California. There it was probably around 50 cents, maybe 75. And yes, I can understand that a person who works on, say, $10 a day probably are not going to buy a soda as easily as I can. And guess what? I don't care. I understand that that's the dynamic. I understand that the people who are there, Alpha Male Strategies, I understand that the people who are there are getting the best of both worlds. That's why you go to get the best of both worlds. I mean, it's not an insult to one world or another. Like America is a great place to make money. Everywhere else in the world is a great place to spend it. Like if you could make Bay Area money and you live in not Bay Area, not San Francisco Bay Area, let's pick a place. If you lived in Delaware, then that's that. Said GC was instantly robbed. No, it wasn't. No, I think that they took out the right amount. I think that like I trusted. Okay, so what's the worst case scenario? They just take all the change and say, this is how much the soda costs, and they got me, and the soda would have cost the same as it did in the States, like, and they would lose my business forever. No, they took out a few coins and that was that.
So when you were able to bring American dollars and go live there, of course, do you basically become a fish in a small pond or a whale in a small pond?
I don't know if AMS think that this is an insult. You're actually a whale in a small pond. Yes, I know. I know. I don't care. Is that an insult? Bubba Gump shrimp. Bubba Gump shrimp. Game changer. We're talking about Bubba Gump shrimp. I'll tell you what I'm talking about. Forrest Gump decided to start a shrimping business, a shrimp boat business or something. because of his failed comrade in Vietnam. You know, he opened up a shrimping company in honor of him. So he bought the boat, he bought the net, and you know all the equipment that's necessary to be a shrimp boat captain. But he found out that shrimping was tough. That shrimping was difficult. So you know he throws nets out there, and then he even hired Lieutenant Dane, and he'd only catch like a handful of shrimp, if that, just enough to feed himself. So one day there was a storm, and all the other boats crashed, and his was the last boat standing. And then he said, after that, shrimping was easy. You think he cares? You think he cares about the other boats? He understands that he is in a unique and favorable circumstance and he doesn't care. See, and this is the problem with game dudes. Games are typically somewhat fair, there's rules to them. When you play checkers or something, you make sure that you and your opponent, you know, starts off on equal footing and may the best checker player win. That's not the case with in real life with the game. It's like, listen, I understand that I have this advantage, and I'm going to use that advantage. What, you think a person's supposed to be ashamed of it? Like, no. You think a person should give away their advantage? No.
Friday after next, what's that Friday after next? Next Friday, right? What the dude said, around here, I'm the king. And that's because when you move somewhere else, where you
We know this. I don't get why AMS. I haven't heard this part before, but I don't. I don't. Are you saying that we should be ashamed of that in any way, shape, or form? Do you believe that we should be ashamed of that? We should be ashamed of using whatever advantage that you have. It was a white dude. So when they see me, a black dude in software, um, this is very early in my career. There's always this assumption that because it's somewhat rare, that there'll be this great affirmative action assistance um, in my career. I could tell you that it's not, and that's because they're not going to hire somebody because software development is not a visible thing. So you know, there's no hey, look at the black engineers I have. There isn't because nobody ever actually sees the engineers. They just see the products that's being made by them. You know, I'm assuming if affirmative action is anything, it's probably like the sales team or you know maybe like the managerial staff or something like that. And it's also an industry to where if someone is completely incompetent, um, the results would show very quickly. So where if somebody was in leadership and you just you know you'll just have a bunch of employees complaining about how stupid their boss is. So it doesn't really exist there like that. But I can understand why people would think that it does. And but nevertheless, like it was two white dudes that was like, listen, you know, use it to your advantage. I do. I tap into the good old boy network. Like, yeah, if you're born with something, then you could use that to your advantage, then use it to your advantage. When I was a tutor, when I was a math tutor, and I hired myself out as one. There was a somebody who listed Asian math tutor. I tell the story a lot because it really resonated with me when I seen it. And he used the fact that he was Asian as and they have a reputation of mathematics as a selling point. So yeah, use your advantage. If being an American gives you an extraordinary advantage over the locals, what should you feel ashamed? What are you talking about? I'm not a goat herder. I'm the Princess Zamunda. And when I go to America, I'm going as the Princess Zamunda. And I'm smashing the dark skinned sister, not the light skinned chick. Like, what the hell? Like, nah, you should get it and then work for her dad as mopping the floors at McDowell's. Nope. I am the Prince of Zamunda. Dude.
Everything down there seems so cheap, but try making money down there. See, in America, guys, America is the best country. All right, y'all want to know how I know America is the best country? They have a legal immigration force like ICE, dragging people out of the country. No, you don't got to drag nobody out of Taiwan. I promise you that. Yeah, you.
Okay. I don't know if half of my strategy knows that Taiwan and Thailand are two different places. Let's start there. And secondly, you do have to drag them out. Like I have seen and heard of people taking immigrants out of other developing countries. It happens in Africa, in places like Nigeria and South Africa. It happens in Dominican, and it really happens in Dominican. And this has really ramped up for those of you who don't know. They've always deported Haitians, but since Trump got into office, something just sparked in their own local government, and they really started cracking down. They really started knocking heads. Like they, like if you go there now, you'll see like a lot less Haitians because yeah, they really. So yes, they are about that life. Oh, in Colombia, they do not like Venezuelans. I don't speak Spanish, but they will make that point very clear. And unlike Haitians and Dominican, where the difference is visual, like you could kind of tell by looking at them, who's Haitian and who's Dominican. I can't tell. They can tell, and they do not like them there, and they will send them back. AMS, you wrong on that one.
Ain't no ICE doing roundups in Taiwan.
Yes, they are.
That's because it ain't that
well,
great.
Not Taiwan.
Y'all see, we got protests up here.
Taiwan is an island, so it's very hard to immigrate into it. Once again, I think he means Thailand, but I mean, nevertheless, we're just gonna go with Taiwan. It's very difficult to immigrate into it. But rest assured, like I mean, if there was a neighboring country, because like Dominican shares a island with Haiti, if they did share an island with a country that didn't have the same tourist industry, then they definitely would be immigrating there.
People, the people, they'll rather you unalive than to take them back to their third world country. They like, hell no, we ain't going. You got literally breaking down in tears at the airport when I show up. Tears. Oh, no, I can't go back there. So they go to these segments.
Nobody's taking America for granted. And especially not MTR. He's not taking America for granted. He understands that the advantages he has is because he's American. How's that taking it for granted? He does understand that. He's the jacuzzi he lit, the jacuzzi that's on his balcony, and all that comes. His wealth comes from America. He's never going to forget that. And he also understands that his wealth is better spent there than in America. America is a great place to make money. The rest of the world is a great place to spend it. Even corporations know that. That's why stuff is actually made in Taiwan. Like that's why the customer service agent that you speak to is almost always Filipino or Filipina. Because America is a great place for somebody to call customer service, but the Philippines is a great place for them to answer it for $2 an hour. Get it? Got it? Good.
Third world countries, they're taking their retirements that they made in America and not make these American dollars and see how that works.
Okay. I want to see Alpha Male Strategies have a conversation, a serious conversation with Superman. I want him to have a serious conversation, with Superman. And I want him to dismiss his knowledge. Like, he's like, yeah, well, the reason why, you big bad man here is because, you grew up under a red sun. You grew up under a red sun. So you take your red sun here, you take your red sun physiology, and then you bring it to this planet's yellow sun, and you become Superman. But what happens when you when you go there and you don't have your superpowers? You're just a regular person. Superman would politely say, yes, I know. Which is why I'm Superman. What?
All right, guys. And like even some of the guys, well, let me finish. Let me finish.
The American dream in 2026, what does that look like? It seems as though it is now popularized to make you not feel good for being a man. It seems as though it is normalized to hate men. Men ain't shit. Men are dogs. And I was thinking about it. Along with this lie, there's this tactic of holding the carrot in front of the horse so that he runs the race. So he's on that hamster wheel, doing things in order to establish value in accords within a system that does not participate.
Everywhere, guys, just not in America. At least America don't have that stupid ass diary that you got to give the family members when you take their wife, take their daughter off their hands, right? You got to give them something, give them a couple goats or something like that. At least we don't got to do that. But that's
okay. Y'all gotta understand this. For those of you who don't know, Alpha Male Strategy is not a dumb dude. Lucario, Miles Cunningham, Steve the Dean, all of them. These are very unsophisticated dudes. Alpha Male Strategy does not fit that mold. So when you hear stuff like this, you have to question his agenda, his intent, his strategy. And really what it is he's just trying to discourage, passive aggressively discourage passport broism. MTR came out with these series of videos and he immediately felt his pockets get lighter. So he went into defense mode. At least you don't have a dowry. I do not give a damn about a dowry. I do give a damn about alimony. I do give a damn about child support. I do give a damn about wedding rings and weddings. all of things. Oh, and body count. Yes, you do have a dowry in other countries, but guess what? You have a virgin cooperative wife, parentheses S. Yeah, but you have to pay a cow for it. I don't give a damn. Here, let me show you how much of a damn I don't give. How much do a cow cost in Nigeria in dollars? All right, let's see. A cow in Nigeria typically costs between 640 and 2,500 US dollars. So let's just somewhat split the difference and let's just give it about 1,500, right? Okay. So a virgin wife, and this isn't just like a regular virgin wife where you just put a bunch of you know um, names in a hat and then you pick one out and that's who you marry. No, no, you would actually and this is how I'm picturing the procedure going. You're actually lining them up and you're saying stuff like, okay, those of whose titties are bigger than these hands, step forward. Everyone else may leave. Those of you who are at present shaved, take one step back. The rest of you may stay. I want to watch it get shaved myself. Those of you whose hair is longer than my penis, take a step forward. And those of you who speak English, take a step forward. And this is my wife. Oh, wait, it's two of them? Okay, now we're going to do the ass test. So I'm going to need you to turn around. Yep, the one on the left, you got it. I'm assuming that you're picking from like a village of virgins. And if you don't find anything you like in that village, you go to the next village. That's how I picture it happening in my head. All for the price of $1,500. Yeah. Oh, that's so grueling, right? I mean, like, so here in America, you got single moms demanding dudes make $1 million a year, and you're pissed at a dowry. Dude. Okay. Okay. This is
everywhere. It's all relative, guys. Right? It's all relative. Up here, you're gonna have more fierce competition because of the capitalist society. Like athletes, you got your entertainers, you got your entrepreneurs. So the competition here is fierce, and women would rather be one of the rich guys' hoes than be exclusive with you. So as far as that goes, the competition is super fierce.
He just made the argument completely for passport bros. Competition is more fierce. Everybody's on a level playing field. Well, you're not. See, on Krypton, the competition for world's strongest man is fierce. On Earth, you automatically win because everybody else is on the same level playing field. Except you, because you're lifting mountains with your pinky and stuff. So, yes, if I were born a Kryptonian, I would much rather live on Earth. I do not understand why Kryptonians didn't passport bro their way to Earth like all the time. Like you'll have regular Kryptonian janitors just coming to Earth to be a god for a day. Like, I mean, if they were smart, but they're not smart, that's why their planet blew up.
And so it's not as fierce. But trust me, guys, on their playing field, hypergamy still exists. Do not kid yourself. It still exists. It's in every woman around the world.
The shot
Please do not try to make it seem like they're the same.
to travel and see anything different or anything new, people were introduced into a type of a lifestyle, being able to work from home, where now they're like, oh shit, I like this way better. Now there's going to be pros and there's cons with it, specifically over the long term, being at home for that long. I think it messes with a lot of people's mental health. But force people. "20 years old. How old is it?" It's old enough where that's all that we know, but it's not that old. It's new.
Okay, so somebody said hypergamy does not exist overseas, not in the same fashion. No, no. Listen, um, hypergamy, all hypergamy is, and I don't know why people use that word. Like, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about like people like MTR or AMS and stuff. I don't. They use the word like it should matter. Like all it is that this is what women want. Like, yes, we understand that. We understand that they want more than what they have. Everybody does. Why do you have a word for it? Like, I mean, there isn't a word for big titty. Like, what the hell? There isn't a word for no gag reflex of me. Like, what the hell is that? What? It's hypergamy. We have a word for it. Women want more than they deserve. Like, yes, I. Everyone does. Everyone does. Why is that a thing? Now, what is unique about the states as it pertains to hypergamy is the I won't settle for nothing less. That is the whole thing. Like, I'm pretty sure women all over the world would love a billionaire or even a millionaire. But the whole notion of I won't settle for anything less is absurd in anywhere else but America. That is the difference. This whole thinking that if I weren't with you, I would be with a millionaire thinking is an American thinking.
We just feel like it's normal. The idea that you have to work 40, 50, 60 hours per week and then still be living in a place where it's tough to make ends meet.
Okay.
Retirement plan is they children. There you go. Their children.
And that's a bad thing. How? I mean, because it really seems as if they can have children. They want children because that's their retirement plan. Like, that's a motivation to have children. Why is that a bad thing? Like, our fertility rate is low because nobody's having children because people are just Vivica Fox in their way. Like, oh, okay, all right. Let's see where this is going.
Work till they die, or they rely on their kids to take care of them. Over here in America, you guys who watching this right now, you 21 years old, just start investing 100 to.
True.
That's how great this country is.
Well, every country can do that. Everybody, as far as I know, in the world can invest in S&P 500. In America's S&P 500. So, what are you getting at?
This country is going to even allow you to deduct what you invest in yourself off of your taxes. Now I know a lot of you guys are not going.
Yeah, that's true too. I don't know if other countries do that, but I think most of them you can write your investments off. So, okay, I'm still trying to get where you're going with this.
Points that I speak on this because a lot of you guys are victims and woe is me and blah 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 blah. This became popular now.
How is that a victim? Okay, now we're digging into this shaming language. You're a victim because you understand that dating is better abroad. Yeah, but here you can invest in the S&P 500. Like, yeah, well, two things can be true. Yeah, you're a victim because, oh, this is weird. This is getting very weird.
To hate capitalism because you're a victim, but at the end of the day, guys, this is what you got. This is what you got. I'm not gonna hold your hand, and I know I'm never gonna be popular on YouTube anymore because I don't get into all the bait.
Okay. So apparently, and I don't know where his popularity is at, but apparently it has slipped. He's like, I'm never going to be as popular as I used to be, and I'm not either. Like, that's just the way YouTube works. But he has noticed a decline, and it seems like he's fighting that decline. That's why he's getting ahead of this passport bro thing.
I'm a victim, and this country sucks and all that. So, but I'm gonna just tell y'all guys something like this right here. Get your skill, live below your means.
Okay. I'm not gonna say you lost me with the stock market portion of what you just said, but I am going to say that it's not the guaranteed payoff that you think it is. I think that mode of thinking really comes from the 80s, and I don't know how old you are, but you were either not born or very young during the 80s. So I don't know why you would hold into, because I remember people thinking that. I was very young in the 80s. I remember people thinking that in the 80s that the stock market, and maybe even some of the 90s, that the stock market was where you go to buy money. And not only did people think that, they had some fogies, come to class and speak to the class about, you ever have those guys that come to your classroom and say, hey, would you rather have $100,000 or would you rather have a penny compounded? And it's like, some people who took the class before, or who heard this person or somebody else speak like that before, would take the penny compounded versus the 100,000. Others would say 100,000, and then he'd say, well, you see, you're missing money, because if you take a penny and compound it, then after the first day for a month, he said after the first day is 2 cents, and after the second day is 4 cents, then 8, then and then it starts going up real fast. And then by the end of the 30-day cycle, it well exceeds by millions the 100,000, which sounds good to kids. But when you're an adult, you understand that no one, there isn't a bank or institution or stock alive ever that pays you 100% daily compounding. There just isn't. That does not exist. Like a high yield savings is like 5% a year or something like that. Like what did I get somewhere between 5 and 6, and that's a year. Meaning that by his logic, the penny would you would get like a penny and like a sliver of a penny at the end of the year. So AMS is under that mentality that, like, oh no, it's compounded. And then there's a risk that the stock just goes under because companies do not have the longevity that they had in the past. They just don't. Even Fortune 500 companies. So, yeah, come on now.
And allow it to grow and mature for 30 or 40 years, and you'll be a multi-millionaire, and you can pass that on to your kids and create generational wealth. There you go.
Wait, what? Okay, let me make sure I heard this right, because this sounded like some bullshit. Let me see if I understood this right, because it's on double speed. It's on time and a half. So let's see.
The narratives or the talking points that the majority of people don't agree with, which is woe is me, and I'm a victim, and this, get your skill, live below your wealth.
Yep, he said it. What kids? What kids are you talking about? Like all of the money saving and stuff like that, you really didn't mention like having kids in that process. You're because in America it doesn't work that way. They're it doesn't at all. Are you saying that you should get the money first and then start to have the kids? So you're saying that in America, after 30 or 40 years, you can start having kids in your 60s. Is that what you're saying? Somebody tell me if Alpha Strategy has kids. I mean, I think I remember him saying he had a daughter, um, which is not really generational wealth, but nevertheless, let's move past that. Ah, oh, crap. If all the women are waiting till you become rich to have kids, by your logic, you wouldn't start having kids until your 60s. Why are you talking some generational wealth? Okay.
There you go. I just gave you the plan right there. It took me 10 seconds. That's it. You're in a country that's so great that if you cut out the bullshit just a little bit, let's get to a reasonable salary. I understand you're not going to be able to do this working at a factory job making $22 an hour. You have to get a skill, right? You have to get a skill, become a welder, plumber, electrician, anything that can pay you a decent salary that you can live off of.
Again. Okay. His strategy will have you living the American dream in your 60s. And you're supposed to be okay with this. Like when people talk about the American dream, they're not talking about a 60-year-old man, finding, a nurse's aide to get impregnated by you so she can, get your inheritance when you pass. What do you And then what's weirder than this is that he's talking to MTR. Like, this is supposed to be a response to MTR. Why would MTR go and get his CDL? Doesn't he have a Notre Dame degree combined with his success on YouTube? Alpha Male Strategies is talking to a group of unskilled men and using that MTR isn't even talking to, but he's using that as a straw man and counter suggestion. So he's saying, like, if you're in America and you're unskilled, then this is the strategy for you. Get a skill, work your whole damn life, and then become a millionaire, and then get with the woman from the beginning of my video. You know, the woman with 2 kids talking about, I want a man that makes $1 million a year. Then you get with her. It's like, or you can do what Richie Mack did and get with, you know, what's her name? I forget her name, but, you know, Richie Mack's wife, and apparently her sister too, her younger sister too. And I got a feeling that, you know, if they have like another sister, when she becomes age, you get that too. Like, I got a feeling that she just like continue the family tradition of sucking your penis. Like, I got a feeling that that's what they're gonna do. But anyway, what do you? I don't know what his strategy is. Like, work your whole damn life to get with another 60-year-old bitch, and then you'll have generational wealth. This strategy is really, listen, if the woman is not like with you while you are working on it, then you really don't, you know, owe her any loyalty. You really don't.
As much if you start young. You start investing when you're 50, then yes. If you start investing when you're 21, then no, you can invest a couple $100 a month.
You should wait till you're 65 to start a family. I mean, I agree. I mean, you know, invest a couple $100 a month. I okay, go with that. And then when you're 65, it's like, wait, what? So American men should start thinking about families at 65? What?
That's it. Because you start young. Bottom line. Anybody, and the more you invest, the faster you can reach it. So if you were somebody who wants to say,
okay, none of this, he's answering a question that's not even posed, and because he's talking about finance when MTR is really talking about like romance and interpersonal relationships. Because like the American dream that MTR was talking about, the difficult part isn't making the money. The difficult part is finding someone that shares your dream and vision.
by the time you're 40, you're good. It's just up to you. You can't do that there. Their retirement plan is their kids. That's it. That's their retirement plan. Have kids and you take care of me when I get old.
Anywhere in the world, you know, people are going to try to sell you things, but it hits a lot.
Compare U.S. dollars, guys, remarkably low to what his American dollar, my Chipotle.
Why does he care what it costs to the people there? So I have family in Texas. When I go to Texas, I noticed that the gas is monstrously cheaper than it is in California. I drive electric, but with the war going on, last I seen in passing was like 620. So for those of you people who are complaining about $4, try living here. Um, it's like 620, and which is ridiculously high compared to other places. And if I were to go to another place, let's just say Texas again, because that's where I've seen the cheapest gas that I've ever seen. And I'd say, oh, the gas is cheap here. Do I give a damn if they consider that expensive? And they probably do. Like, that is not even a counterpoint. That's a non-starter. Like, and that goes for every time I buy something that I feel that I got a good price on. You know, like oh, T-bone, $9.99, $9.99 a pound. Okay, that's a good deal. Well, yeah, but to a homeless man, that's a lot. Why did you say that just now? Why would I care? What point? Okay, maybe he's gonna follow through, but that's really like a pointless thing to say.
Bowl that I got all the time, the steak Chipotle bowl in New York City. At the time, it was $12 when I came first came to Atlanta. A third of what I was paying in New York, a whole third less than what I was paying in New York City for the same goddamn sandwich. Was the steak in New special steak? Was that organic rice? No, it was the same damn bowl, just different location. So the point, but New York, I was doing something over the internet to make money. If I was in New York City, the job that I'm gonna have, in other words, in New York City, it ain't nothing for a personal trainer to make $150,000 a year. You ain't making that in Atlanta. Nobody's gonna pay you $150 an hour to train them. They pay you that in New York City at the Equinox, and when you go private. Nobody now in New York City time was paying.
Okay, I still don't get what that has to do with the price of tea in Thailand and the price of A in Thailand. I really don't.
You can't get nobody to pay you that in Atlanta right now, 2026. So the point I'm trying to make, guys, is everything is relative.
We get that. Why is this a bad thing? Why does it matter? Like I'm sure I could purchase a larger home in many other places, particularly like Middle America. I would get like a much larger home. What's your point? I'm trying to find your point.
Go make Taiwan dollars and then let's talk about that.
Why would you do that? Why would you do that? Is this a gotcha? I'm trying to continue the intellectual respect that I have for AMS. I really am. But was that a gotcha? Yes, if I could bring. Listen, I work from home, as many of you know. I could work anywhere in the U.S., but it has to be in the U.S., not including Puerto Rico and not including Guam. I live in California. If there was a place with the same weather, I'm not a snow tire dude. I am not. But no, if there was a place with that's cheaper, same weather and stuff like that, like all the factors, I could still bring my income as long as I don't tell nobody that I moved to that place. which would be an ideal situation for me, which many people do. Many people in my situation do. Um, but you say try moving to Kentucky and then making Kentucky money. No, no one is trying that. Everyone who is expatting is bringing their American income source with them because they're not fucking idiots. Okay.
Taiwan. Y'all guys say they got an ice round up down there? I doubt it. Ain't nobody dragging the stream to get out of Taiwan. I trust you that. Hey,
Once again, I think he means Thailand. But okay.
illegal deportation showed up at MTRs and said, hey, man, you got to leave the country. Trust me, I guarantee you, MTR ain't dragging and screaming about it. He's like, for my suitcase, I'm already headed to the airport. You ain't got to tell me twice because it ain't that great. The people that come here,
and because he's not in Taiwan.
see the video, they literally dragging and screaming and crying.
Than in the West. The thing is, and I convince you that everything that you're accepting in whatever block, situation, hood, scenario, city, state, province, county, like that shit is good. Like it's good. It should be normalized. It's enough. But listen, even for me, this feeling of shit just don't make sense. Why is it that now, you know, I make incredible revenue?
Well, it actually can. It's just ridiculously more expensive here in the U.S. It's ridiculously more expensive here in the U.S. Like absurdly.
To do is he got to find things that hobbies or something that bring him happiness. That's what I'm hearing a lot. It sounds to me like to me. Is what kind of hobby that is.
Okay. Don't know what happened with that. Oh, I see what happened. Clicked the wrong button and brought up the media files. Let's see. Okay, that's not that. All right. Let me go back to the thing. Let me find my spot. Let me read your comments while I do that. Let's see. The real Cambodian weave, fresh from the source. I mean, listen. Oh, somebody was saying earlier, why is AMS so mad? I see what's going on. It's really kind of like if he was still a hold on, let me it's playing in my thing. Hold on, let me stop it. Oh, it's not that. Okay, give me a second. All right, I'm gonna go back, but nevertheless, where was I? Oh, they were saying, why is he so mad? Like, imagine if he was a personal trainer for women. I don't know if he did women or men, but let's just say he was a personal trainer for women. And Ozempic happens. I'm pretty sure there's a lot of personal trainers that felt their pockets get real light once Ozempic came into the scene. You know, you standing there like homie on the corner, like Rico. I don't like that shit. I don't like that shit. So yeah, once the Passport Bros came with with an effective alternative to the strategies that you're presenting, you're there like, I don't like that shit. I don't like that shit. And that's what it is. So people are asking like, why is he upset? That's why he's upset. That's why he feels a certain type of way. Somebody said Ozempic is a cheat code. Yeah, just like lipo and like all sorts of other stuff, you know. And you're trying to sell the most difficult path to results that exists. And quite frankly, it's a very tough sell. You're trying to sell the hard way. Now, you can talk about the ancillary benefits of doing it the hard way, but you can't sell it on its difficulty. That's not a selling point. That's a deterrent. All right, so super chat. Langdon says, chess is very difficult with no queen. Well, it's even more difficult when that queen is on the other side working against you. Absolutely. Not the title you want me under. All hail King Killmonger. Yeah, exactly. I mean, you know, I'm not even gonna talk about how. Well, yeah, I am. I am going to briefly talk about how Killmonger is a better king than T'Challa. Um, During Infinity War, what if Killmonger was king during Infinity War, and somebody showed up to Wakanda and said, "Hey, I want you to put your men on the battlefield so we can save this robot's life. We need time to get this stone out of his head so we can destroy it so Thanos don't get it." Killmonger would have just killed the robot, destroyed the stone, and said, "Get your white ass off my land." And there would be no snap or nothing like that. There would be, yeah. What makes you think your robot's life is worth more than my man's life? Is what he would say. And then he would look at Vision and be like, wait a minute. Did y'all make this nigga out of my stolen vibranium? Where did you get the vibranium for this robot? I know that ain't my shit. I know that ain't my shit. No, then they'll have a different discussion. Just saying. Just saying. All right, let me find my place again. Let's see. I had like 26 left. Oh, it's doing it like that. Okay, so I'm just going in the middle and seeing.
Because I don't think about it. But when I was see these people, and I was going and I would see them, and I would say to myself, I bet you they don't got.
Okay, so yeah, he said something I haven't heard before. $500 to their name. Let's see where he's going with this.
You don't think about, but these people are busting their ass, and I was saying, I bet you they don't got $500 in their bank account. They probably even got a bank account. How I know? Because that used to be me. Check at a check cashing place where you already poor, but then they're gonna charge you like 2% to cash your check because you don't even got a bank account. So y'all guys get what I'm saying? And so that made me a lot more grateful to be appreciative, because you just don't think about it. When you've been doing well for so long, you don't think about that. Or
okay, I don't know. Reminding people of poverty does not really give you a greater understanding of what MTR is talking about. It really has nothing to do with it. So, yeah, I mean, a person should count their blessings, absolutely. And you could count them overseas.
the poor and all this, that, and other, you just forget. And so MTR has probably made a lot of money for a long time. He don't think about it. He just lives his life. And I hadn't thought about it for years. You know, it's kind of like that part of my memory of living in the basement.
He actually does. And he mentions, you know, that his income and his appreciation for it. And he also, you know, talks about his genetic fortunes in another video. So it's not, he is a appreciative dude, a humble dude. But I don't, yeah, he's way in left field trying to take him out.
Basement kind of got blocked out of my head, and I forgot to struggle. But actually, I wasn't struggling in the basement because it was cheap, right? So I shouldn't say struggling, right? Because I was living way below my means, right? So even though it wasn't the Taj Mahal, it kept me from struggling because I ain't have much bills. It just, yeah, it was shitty, but I wasn't struggling. So I shouldn't say struggling, but y'all guys get what I'm saying. It wasn't the nicest place in the world. And I wasn't making that much money. I was only making about 30 grand a year. But when you live cheap, and that just goes to prove my point, guys, I was only making about 30 grand a year in New York City.
Many would argue that living in the basement is a result of struggling.
So the point is, guys, you have to make up in your mind.
What? Okay, I'm gonna put it like this, because I don't really know what AMS is saying here. I'm just gonna give this counter advice, fellas. If you make 30K a year and you can live anywhere in the world, do not do it in a New York basement. If you can live anywhere in the world and you make 30K, do not live in New York. I cannot think of, and let's keep Mississippi out of it for a second. I cannot think of a worse place in the world to live on 30K than New York City. New York City is not even a good place to make picante sauce. I cannot think of a good place, like a worse place. I really can't. Like maybe London. I don't know. I can't think of a worse place to try to stretch 30K. Is that what you're selling?
Like 900 square feet, guys. That's it, 900 square feet. And I'll just be honest with y'all guys. A month, right? You don't think I can afford?
Wait, something's not adding up. You said you made 30K. Your rent was 3,100. So, by the way, for those of you who don't know, that's really 36K a year. Your rent was more than you made. What? Okay, this is getting weird.
Can afford 2-3 times that. I don't want that stress, guys. For why? Some guy came and said, "AMS, why don't you get a big house? Get a big house for what? To impress you? Get a big house for what? To prove a point to you?"
Okay, so he's a single man with no kid. All right. So he's admitting that with all your strategies, you're still not getting the American dream in America. That's what he's saying. I mean, if MTR, rich or poor, were born in Thailand, he would be a grandfather by now. But because the American dream is so difficult, you have people who are AMS's age. Somebody say he was near 50, you know, living like college freshmen.
Hell, do I need more than a 900 square foot apartment for? To prove something to you? See, this is what I'm talking about. I don't need no damn 3,000 square foot home. I don't have no wife, no kid. I don't need for.
I mean, I agree with his idea of minimalism. But guess what? Your minimalist ideas, you could get a 900 square feet apartment anywhere else but New York and save a lot more money. So why would you do it? Like if your whole point of minimalism is to save money, then guess what? You save more money overseas too.
What the hell do I need a three bedroom, 2 bath house?
That's actually what I got. So I don't. Okay. Um, yeah, if I had a 900-foot apartment, my homie would be shit out of luck right now.
Who gonna sleep in the other 2 rooms?
Well, one room is my office, and the other room is a guest room that's being occupied right now. That's, yeah. One room is the office that I'm currently in right now at this moment as we speak. And yes, I can write it off. I write it off every year. Working from home, you can do that. And then there's my bedroom, and then there's the guest room.
Random ghost. See, this is the stuff that I'm talking about. That people put themselves in these positions unnecessarily.
It's like he's talking to. He's talking. Okay, put it like this. He could go on this diatribe without even bringing up MTR because, like, MTR does not fit the bill of what you're talking about. He's not in Thailand in a mansion that he bought. He probably has like a 900 square foot room that he's paying less than you on. And he's closer to the beach. And you're closer to the sewer. So what? Okay.
Capitalism. No, blame yourself. I'm not talking MTR specifically. I'm just talking about people in general who put them.
If you're not talking about MTR, why are you just talking about rim straw people?
Listen, doing that, live guys. Any of y'all guys been following me now a long time. Y'all guys know I started making one video a week years ago. And it's been times and periods where I would pick it up a little, right back down. I was content. I had enough money invested, enough money saved. What the hell am I making? That's you putting yourself, don't know how to live. You gotta take yourself off the hamster wheel. I can make a video every day. I can make a video every day. I can make 2 videos every day. I see some of these people make all this goddamn content. I sit and think, man, do they have a drug habit or something? But y'all guys want to know what that's about. That's not even about the money. Y'all want to know what that's about. At that point, it becomes about you trying to prove to everybody else you can outwork them. That's what that's about.
Okay, we're so lost from the point. I think I'm gonna just like go 30 seconds ahead because we're divorced from the point right now.
So that you can use the money as a tool for something else. And listen, guys, it's not to say, all right, ain't good. All right. Shit, a lot of you guys.
Ah, and there we have it. And there we have like the thesis of what's going on. People, I haven't heard this. He played right into. He did exactly what I suspected he would do, and the reason why I suspected he would do it. He's protecting his industry. Y'all better stay your ass in the West. If that's not the, I'm picturing Calvin Candy saying that to D'Artagnan. You better stay your ass in the South. 2 weeks in Boston. You better stay your ass in the South. Okay. Why should I stay my ass in the South? Well, if you go to the North, they're gonna work you because they paying you. They're gonna make you work. Yeah, but you make me work and fight to the death. And you're doing my wife like right in front of me. So why should I? Why should I stay? But
MTR makes his money off of YouTube. You gonna try to go down there and do your job down in Taiwan? It ain't gonna work. See,
well, everybody who you're not telling somebody something that they don't know. If you own a pizza place here in the States, then you really can't. You may want to, but you can't as long as that pizza place requires your management. Like everyone knows that. I know that. I know that I have to stay within the 50 states and none of its territories. Or else I wouldn't. I know that. You're not telling. We know. We know that if you are financially bound to the U.S., then you must stay in the U.S. We know that. What's your angle?
He able to take YouTube money and live in Taiwan and live like a king. Your ass up here, you're a plumber. You make.
That's why plumbers aren't doing that.
You back in the same situation, just a shittier country.
Well, that begs the question: is it better to make $8,000 abroad than it is to make $30,000 here? And for many people, the answer to that is yes. Yes, it is better to make $8,000 abroad. Keep in mind that in Thailand, the average income is about $300 a month, which means that that's $3,600 a year. So you would be making more than twice the average. So what does it mean to make more than twice the average in Thailand than it does in the US. Well, if you make more than twice the average here, let's just say here in the US, you are making, let's see, the average, the median income is like 50K for men. So you make exactly 100K. And basically, you are to many women a broke ass nigga. And that's because, okay, when women say they want a dude that makes six figures, they only say that to dudes that don't make six figures. When they meet a dude that makes six figures, they think of what do I want that he don't have. That doesn't happen there at all. That 8K will take you a lot further and give you a lot more social status there than it would here. And then there's the whole dynamic that no matter how much you make, women just like to look down on plumbers. I don't know why they do. I don't know why they look down on men simply because they work with their hands, no matter how much money their hands make. I don't get it, but they're stupid. So yeah, you better stay your ass in the States. I mean, the reason why a plumber probably wouldn't stay in the States, given what I just said, the 8,000 versus 100,000, is because when you go there, you have no connections, and chances are you won't make that eight.
That's it. Same. If you somebody who can make your money off of YouTube and go live in a third world country, then yes, you're gonna live like a king. If
He's just trying to reduce the number of people. Like, okay, being a passport bro is cool only if you're a YouTube content creator. There's a lot of jobs that allow you to work abroad. There are. I mean, of course, we only see the YouTube content creators because they are creating content on YouTube. But I mean, nevertheless, like, put it like this, fellas: if you can, you should, and if you can't, your strategies are better spent figuring out ways that you can.
You can't transfer your income from America to a second or third world country. What a job in New York City make 120 grand a year, 130 grand a year. You ain't getting paid no 120 grand a year in Alabama, honey. You take your ass to Alabama you want to, thinking you finna get paid 120 grand as a teacher. Your ass ain't making no 100 grand as a goddamn police officer in Alabama or Mississippi.
I don't think that police officers. I remember I used to date somebody from New York, and she was telling me that police officers made like a ridiculously low amount, like under 60K. Like they had second jobs because one of them tried to date her. But hold on, let's see. Okay. Okay, NY police officers start with a base salary of 60K. Yeah. Yeah. So, which is a respectable wage, but it's not a respectable wage for New York. Now it does say it scales up after 5.5 years, so that's helpful. But it scales up to 126K, which in New York money is still about 60K. They actually start less than Bay Area officers, if the billboards are correct. Let me see. That's good. Yeah, Oakland Police Department officers have a base earning range of 106K to 141K. So not only do they start off higher, they end higher. With maximum pay reaching up to 174 when factoring in additional incentives. Police officer trainees earning, so the trainees earn 90K, so they earn 50% more than New Yorkers. So New York people gotta realize that they lead shitty lives, and this isn't me shitting on the people there, but because I don't think that they realize how much they're being shitted on, and how New York is a very well advertised place. It's a very well advertised place that doesn't really offer anything. Okay, so for example, the whole saying, if you can make it here, you can make it anywhere, is the equivalent to a black woman saying, you can't handle a strong black woman. Like, it's not for everybody. Not everybody can handle New York. It's like, well, do you really want to? You're paid less, worse weather, worse summers, worse winters. Nobody can afford a car, and the people are assholes. So, and the fucking beach, from what I understand, is a fucking garbage swamp. Or am I tripping? Don't y'all have like a river or a beach or something that's just full of like sludge and mafia bodies? So it's, yeah. Let's see what SFPD is. Okay, no, just give me the AI on it. So they start off at 119, which begins day one of the police academy. With regular service, promotions, retention incentives. So dang, they end up at, so like I say, it's a very, very, very well advertised place. But then when you pull back the layers, it sounds like a real shitty. I remember telling somebody who's been there, I was like, I love to go to New York and see the ball drop on New Year's. And then he told me the nitty gritty. And if you from New York, tell me if I'm wrong. Are niggas standing in the thing shitting themselves? What he told me was that you're standing there so long and it's so hard to get a place to see the ball drop that when you get there, when you find a spot as close as you can, you're standing there a long period of time and you can't get out and you shit yourself. Like, it seems like a good idea until you actually start to like move there. Once you dig into it, it sounds, and it's a place for people who believe like AMS, who believe that they are doing something better. Like, if I can make it here, I can make it anywhere. It's like, do you want to make it there? Like, I mean, if you're a police officer, you could literally be a San Francisco police officer, make twice as much. Make twice as much. And then there's the better weather, better beaches, and all that. What the hell? concrete jungle where dreams are made of. There's nothing you can't do. Like, okay, y'all can have it. Y'all can have it. I mean, it's not a bunch of West Coast rappers talking about I'm going back to to New York. Like, I mean, like even when it was beef, Biggie had to he had to give it his props. Like, yeah, but your ass is gonna visit, ain't it? Ain't you? Ain't you? Make no mistake. It is the same thing overseas. It's like, hey, talk all the shit you want to. Your ass is gonna come here, ain't you?
You make that in New York City. See, it's all relative, guys. It's all relative. This whatever how you.
No, it is not. Not everything transfer over. The culture of people do not transfer over. And that's the primary motivator for people who travel like that. It's the culture of the people. And let's not forget the weather. Palm trees, anyone? So people are not from here. And you can look it up. It's really bad. You can look it up in Berkeley, Oakland, San Francisco, and stuff like that. It's really bad. The homeless thing. In fact, every time there's a mayoral election, the issue of homelessness um, arises, and it's not because residents are poor. It's because homeless people can live anywhere. That's the beauty of being homeless. You can pretty much hobo your way anywhere, and by hobo your way, I mean, you know, um, jump on the side of a freight train. I'm assuming that that's how homeless people get around, like from state to state. You can hobo your way anywhere in the country. Why in the hell would you live in New York? Why would you be homeless burning a garbage can underneath a cold New York bridge, getting punched in the face by a nigga that makes 60K when you can live when you can live in good weather. It's good weather. It's a lot of like liberals to bum off of. Like, so my point is that not even homeless niggas want to live in New York. That's my point.
If you can make New York dollars and go live
It's
everybody.
saying and suggesting. That's what everybody who travels say. No one is saying drop your income and figure out a scrounge in Dominican or something like that. Like nobody is saying that. And perhaps you could. Perhaps you could like sell your car, buy a car in Dominican and make money as a Uber driver. But what everyone is saying is that quality of life increases dramatically.
He's not going to be able to do that. You're going to go down there and try to be a welder or a pipe fitter, and you be like, man, shit, I'm still broke. Or I'm still getting by. That's because they not finna.
He really over-explained local inflation. He really over-explained that to a ridiculous degree, and it's not a necessary deterrent. I mean, the whole conclusion of everything that he just said now is very obvious, and that is, don't move to a place where you can't find work and afford to live.
Ease. Peace. I'm looking at all of the people smile, laugh.
That's because you can't miss what you know, guys. You know what I'm saying? I probably shouldn't use this reference, but I am. A lot of the slaves that were born in America, guys, they had never been free.
Mm-hmm.
So the hardest slaves to manage were the ones that they bought from Africa, right? The ones that were born here, they walking around smiling. Master love me, but the slaves they bring from over in Africa, they bucking it out because they had experienced freedom. So you're a fenced in air, he just run around all day, and one day you decide, oh man, I'm gonna put my dog on the chain. I've tried that once, and the reason I tried that because my dog kept breaking out of the fence. Right, he kept digging. Come on the leash. That motherfucker cried.
I'm confused. Do you live in a 900 square foot basement? Or do you live in a house with a backyard and neighbors over the fence and a dog? I'm confused.
Out there for 40 days and 40 nights on that damn chain. 40 days and 40. Now, had he been born from the jump on that chain, he wouldn't have been acting like that. Because he knew what freedom felt like. But
he don't realize that he is making MTR's point. He don't even realize, because in his analogy, the people in other countries are the ones who don't know what freedom is like. What MTR is saying is that Americans don't know what freedom is like until they've been to other countries, which is a very true statement. And he's saying that as a man who is currently there, like who just had his eyes open this week. It's like, oh, my whole life has changed since I got here. I have no fear. Yeah. You don't realize that in this analogy, you're the one that's a slave. You're staying in the situation and circumstances under which you were born. You are.
Since he had, been free running around, and then you're gonna put him on a chain, well, now it's like I want to go back to doing that. Down there, they don't know what all they know is struggle. For all your life, if some of the happiest times in your life, guys, for any of y'all guys, was when you was poor, because that's all you knew. You knew how to make things fun with the money you had. Better. Just all who had a high-paid job, and now you're gonna become depressed like a motherfucker. You're gonna be sad.
Why are high-paid people looking to experience the happiness that poor people are making? So I agree with it. I agree with alpha male strategies. Until you experience both, you don't know which one is better. But guess what? People who are experiencing both are choosing life abroad. And MTR is a prime example of that. Oh, and by the way, there exists many people, primarily students, who come to America and go back. And it's all for the, you know, it's all for the, they prefer what they have there. Now, as a student, they take their skill set back with them, but no, they experience both. Like they could stay in America and advance in their career here. All they have to do is marry a local, I guess, or they could just go back home with their knowledge and skill set.
It, boy, it's gonna be hard for you to get over that because you had money. So all they see. Of course, everybody knows the other side, right? You know, you got TV, you see the lifestyle of the rich and famous, but you can't miss what you never had.
His analogy is completely lost. I'm gonna move up 30 seconds.
I believe Thailand is a third, maybe a second world country. It's not a third world in the traditional. So maybe second world country. The sewage, like the water situation, is there's people out here, or excuse me, there's houses out here that every like 2 or 3 days they got to get like a delivery of water, like in these big water trucks, right? That's some in the West America. Also something weird, touching toilets, like toilet paper toilets, like this thing.
In the Philippines, you go to a restaurant and you go use the toilet, and it's never no paper. And that's because they don't want people coming in stealing paper, like taking it home and re-rolling it. So it happened twice to me. I was stuck. I had to knock on the door, and then they gave me the paper like separately. They keep the paper up next to the register. Yeah, so that takes some getting used to, but once again, much far greater quality of life.
Right? But a lot of the locals, and I actually been thinking about getting them over here. We can do like an interview sitting right next to each other, like having a conversation, so that y'all can learn firsthand.
And the women over there, guys, in these countries,
Dang. You know, it's funny because he's doing this. He's doing this, and he's not paying attention at all to what MTR is saying. MTR wasn't even talking about that, but he's like, "Oh, and another thing, the women, wow." So you have to bring your own booty paper. No, they have it. You just gotta like, I guess, ask for the paper before you go in.
Because they see you as a catch. Femininity from women has always been about leverage, right? Leverage as in you're higher value than them, so they have something they can gain. So it's in their best interest to be on their best behavior, which is to be feminine. It hooks him, then it'll change. Once they think they got you a little
like Mr. G just got here, he's talking about leverage. Now, many of you who was watching this from the beginning, and you haven't hit the like button yet, shame on you. But hit the like button now, and it's okay. There was a story on Filipino Peace Channel about a guy who was dating a Filipino woman, and then after a few months into the relationship, she says, "Hey, Would you like to do my sister too? And do you know why she said that? Oh, my younger, hotter sister? Do you know why she said that? Because he has the leverage there. And he didn't even ask. She just understood, like, listen, you have the leverage. There are, far few foreigners than there are women seeking them. Chances are my sister isn't going to find one. And so, would you like her too? I'll go first and third and fifth, and she'll go second and fourth and sixth. And then tomorrow she'll go first. Yeah, so that's pretty much what they're offering. That's leverage to your advantage.
The women down there are not a bit more feminine than the women here. You just have to have more leverage here to get that femininity. Y'all guys understand? How do I know?
No, 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 no. First of all, if you ever find yourself where you need to leverage femininity out of a fucking female, then you have lost. Okay, now I'm questioning like because I used to back AMS even when nobody else did. I used to back AMS even when nobody did, but that was an absurd thing to say. If a woman, okay, let's just reverse this for a second and ask this question: how much leverage would it take to get Magic Johnson's son to be masculine? You see the complete reverse? How much leverage would it take to get, yeah, how much, what the hell? What the hell? You just need more leverage. And I'm assuming that he's saying that you need more looks, money, status to get them to behave feminine. So I guess she walks around with a strap on, but when you have such superior looks, money, status, she just takes it off and put on a dress. And what the hell? What the is that your strategy? Was that your strategy the whole time? Trying to leverage femininity out these bitches? Oh, holy crap. All right. This is almost over. This is grueling.
Know this because
I think it's clear who's winning the Battle of the Beige. I think we have a clear winner of the Battle of the Beige. Like until Nino Brown comes and stabs MTR in the hand and say, "I never liked you anyway, pretty motherfucker." Until that happens, I think MTR is now the champion of beige people right now.
I watched 90 Day Fiance.
Holy crap.
And the women are feminine at the beginning to get the hooks in the guy. And as soon as they get their hooks into the guy, what he cares about them, like them and then all of a sudden that I guarantee you they're not more.
It don't fucking matter because you're not those guys. It don't fucking matter because you're not those guys. And in my experience, and I've never been those guys, in my experience, they likely are. And I'm gonna tell you a story to explain where I'm coming from with this. I was in Brazil, and I forget the way their currency is lined up, but when you go to the ATM, it comes out in magnitudes of that equates to about like $50. So here you get $20 bills. There you get their currency, but each bill is has the impact of 50 US dollars. Um, and I'm walking because it's carnival, and there was a water vendor, a female water vendor, attractive one too. I'm attracted by American standards, and possibly even Brazilian standards. And so I bought a water from her, maybe two, but nevertheless, she gave me the change, and I didn't give her the 50. And I'm not the type of dude that just snub water vendors out their money. I'm not a jerk like that. I honestly just got caught up in the festivities or what. I don't know why I didn't give her the 50. I just didn't. But in my defense, I didn't know that I didn't do that. It was just like a brain fart or something. So I took the water, I took the change, and I walked off. Right. So I get like a block down the beach, and then a Michael Blackson looking African dude comes to me, that speaks some English. He's talking about, I'm not a rich man. I was like, well, I can't help. I'm thinking he's bumming for bread. And it took a while. I'm like, dude, stop following me. You know, I'm like, it got to that point, but then, it took him a while to explain it in a way that I understood it. And then I stopped, and I was like, oh crap. So I was like, all right, come with me. All right. So he followed me to like the island because I didn't want to be in the group because what I did was I had to pull the money out of my pocket, and I remember how many bills I got from the ATM machine. So or the ATM, not ATM machine. So I'm like, okay, and then I counted it, and I realized that yeah, I did get over on the people on homie and his wife. And so I gave him the 50, and I bought some more waters to like make up for everything that transpired, right? And it was all good. And while all this was going on, what was his wife doing? His wife was pushing a water cart, was following behind him, who was following behind me, pushing the water cart. So that's what was going on. And she was way prettier than he was handsome. And even by his own admission, he's not a wealthy man. Like they got the whole family out there selling water for $1. So yeah, and I don't think that she's masculine because he's not a rich dude or anything like that. What the fuck? I don't know. He's making up these scenarios at this point.
Economic standing is dim. They're going to be feminine to the American guys and treat them like kings because swimming pools in the backyard with a goddamn man.
They don't care about that. Trust and believe they do not care about a 10,000-foot home.
Hey, especially the guys that are traveling, the fact that you're traveling there and you're an American, they think, well, you must have some disposable income. You can't be a poor.
They don't think that you do have disposable income. Now you probably don't have the $10,000 or 10,000 square foot home, but you do have disposable income. That is one thing that they know for certain.
American if you're traveling here. So everybody there is going to treat you of importance because now
It doesn't matter why. You just explained it. They're going to treat you as a person of importance because it doesn't matter why. Just like I say, if you come from Krypton and somebody said, "Oh, everybody on Earth is going to treat you as a person of importance because you can fly," like, yeah, pretty much, pretty much.
not only is you American, which is an advantage there, right? Because they know about the capitalism that's here.
Continue to sell people on the travel lifestyle, please.
But then on top of that, you're traveling, which shows a level of disposable income, which is going to be more incentive for them to treat you better. So you're not going to get their true behavior because they're in true behavior until you bring them here, legally obligated to take care of them. Then you're going to get their true behavior. And if any of y'all guys want,
So don't bring them. Problem solved. Okay. If you were born in the 80s or 90s, maybe even 90s, you would be familiar with a movie, a very popular movie called Gremlins. Gremlins, and you can look this up. They start off as very cute, cuddly, intelligent creatures that are called Mogwai. They look like Furbies. And if you feed them after midnight, which doesn't make sense because it's always after midnight, um, but I guess maybe between midnight and 7 a.m. or something like that. But if you feed them after that time, then they turn into something called gremlins. And these are reptilian looking, slimy creatures that not only like to kill people, they do it for fun. They don't do it because they want to eat them, and they just like causing havoc, just general havoc and destruction because they get a kick out of it. Now, the question comes, and this is a deep philosophical question that AMS that should be posed to AMS, is that the question comes: which one is that species' nature? Because you say, okay, this is their true nature. Is that their true nature, or is that what they became given the environment that, you fed them after midnight? Perhaps their true nature is that, because one is their nature when they're not fed after midnight, the other is their nature if they are fed after midnight. Like, I mean, I don't even know which one would be their true nature at that point. Like, if you have a person who would never steal, but then you subject them to extraordinary poverty and they steal to survive, would you say that that's their true nature, or is that a result of their poverty? And then on the other end of the spectrum, you have a person who is genuine and kind and, cares about others and would never fire anybody, would never make a shady business deal or something like that. But then you put him in a sort of situation of extraordinary wealth and find out that he will do a lot of things to maintain said wealth. I mean, is that his true nature, or is that what he has become given the circumstances? So what you're saying and what you have proven is that America is a place of very corrupt circumstances. It's a place that turns good people bad, that turns good women bad. And if you bring them here, then they will eventually become bad women, which you say is their true nature. I would say is probably, a byproduct of the change in environment, just like with the gremlins. The solution to that problem is don't bring them here.
watch 90 Day Fiance, y'all see how bad shit crazy the women become once the guys bring them to America, and now they know they got you on a hook to take better. Once you get them back here, now they know they got you by the balls.
Down here. But as I look,
right? When y'all guys are courting a woman, dating a woman, opposed to when you get married to give her a commitment, you ain't even got to get married to her. Give her a commitment, you see the woman change a little bit. She'll be feminine on your first, 6 months or whatever. That what made you give her the commitment. And then once she sees that now, okay, you on her only.
Okay, so why would you live in a country where she's your only source of sex? Wouldn't it be in your best interest to live in a place where you have limitless source of sex? If you want to maintain her, what you're describing as conditional femininity indefinitely? So I've never done this, but I'm pretty sure a person can do this. They can, just remind them, like, oh, you want to act up, huh? Okay. Excuse me, Venezuelan woman who's hotter than my wife. Would you like to have sex with me for $40? Okay, I have $40. You have a vagina. Understand that this whole I'm going to cut you off, like y'all spoke, y'all heard my friend yesterday, he got cut off from his wife and then he felt guilty for cheating. I'm like, well, she has to learn that you have an alternative source for sex. And then the whole frying pan thing, and we're not going to get into that, but like that's what's going on. Like, yeah, it's better to be a man in a position to say, I can literally have another you in a minute. I can leave you for your sister right now. So if they want to play the leverage game and you're going to play this leverage game with them, it's better to do it abroad.
And she starts to act different. Unless you regain that leverage by showing her you'll walk away. Because you can, or you'll walk away. Not when you're married, but in just a all tied to leverage. Without that leverage, you don't get femininity. Plain and simple.
Hardworking people, and I see smiles, I see happiness, and it's a large portion of that is these people are just living life. They're not in the rat race. They're not on the hamster wheel. They're taking care of their families. They're earning.
Bingo. They're not in the rat race. Bingo. And basically, guys, y'all guys heard of the Miami effect? Well, New York got something like that too. You stay somewhere where it's a lid on top of you. You just accept the situation at hand. When you're in America and you can the will because man, I can achieve anything. There.
This is a good thing. How? Basically, you're describing this as if it's a good thing to perpetually chase endless options. That doesn't seem like a good thing at all. You're on a perpetual journey with no destination. So, like, every year you make more money than your previous year, and that could go on for until you die. Okay, what did you accomplish?
they know they have limitations. That's why they don't try. They just accept that I'm going to go work my job and come home because there's limitations there.
I think that that's a far better way to live. I mean, I think that AMS and a lot of people are really losing sight of why people work. I think many Americans have. Um, and the reason is to support your family, just like you said, generational wealth. Without that, it's, you're just really doing it to sustain yourself.
Here, if you're somebody who ambitious and you like nice things, the fact that you're in America inspires you to just work hard because you see.
That's not a good thing. Oh, he is just spectacular. So the Battle of the Beige is definitely flawless victory on MTR. You're basically saying that you're working your ass off to keep up with dumb people. MTR is selling on the concept of slow down and enjoy life. You're selling people on the concept of I got to keep up with these dumb niggas. Huh, they dumb. I work 12 hours a day. Everybody else is stupid. While other people is looking at you like, what the hell?
How can that not inspire you? Listen, inspire you. Look at Floyd Mayweather.
No, you said it right. Expire
they say
you.
You can barely read.
You said it right. Expire you.
Now I know he done screwed up all his money or whatever, but the point what I'm trying to say, guys, is the capitalism.
You just really glossed over the fact that that this multimillionaire screwed over all of his money following the philosophy of you. While all this is happening, that Michael Blackston, water salesman, is likely happier than Floyd Mayweather. Just saying.
Is push you on a hamster wheel because you see people who have more than you. You look at Kim Kardashian, the bitch is back.
What the fuck? I want y'all to tell me what's wrong with what he just said. I want y'all to tell me what's wrong with what he just said. I'm gonna wait. I'm hoping that I'm not the only one that caught it, and maybe I am. Maybe I'm a weirdo. Maybe I'm the only one that caught it. So y'all tell me what was wrong with what AMS just said just now. All right. Okay, so here, let me play it again. Give y'all a chance.
How can that not inspire you? Listen, inspire you. Look at Floyd Mayweather. They say he can barely read. Now I know he done screwed up all his money or whatever, But the point what I'm trying to say, guys, is because you see people who have more than you. You look at Kim Kardashian.
Y'all heard that? Did y'all hear that? Okay, y'all not gonna get it because there's so many strange things that he says. But I hate it when black men use the word cock. What the fuck? That is a very white word for penis. Very white. When I first heard it, it was on a movie called Thelma and Louise. And I was a kid and I thought that that's what a woman had. Like, what in the I did not know that what the hell? And here he is. Here he is. He just said it regular. Sucking cock. Which tells me something about him. It means one of several things. Very few of them are good. In fact, only one of them are good. One, he watches a lot of porn. Two, he sleeps with a lot of white women. Three, he talks to a lot of white men about dicks in conversations that they lead. I'm hoping it's two. I'm hoping for his sake it's two. I'm hoping that he primarily deals with white women who say stuff like, give me that cock. And he just like allowed that to influence the way that he speaks, but it would show like the leadership. It would show like the leadership in the relationship because they're changing your vernacular. They're not bending to your penis. You're bending your cock to their vagina. Like, what the fuck? And maybe I'm different. Maybe I'm different because and I've been told this, sometimes the world change and I'm the last one to change with it. And so maybe I'm just the last one because I'm old that understands that cock is not a black man's penis. We have a dick. Just like Asian dudes have wangs and dingalangs, we have a dick. Dicks are bigger than cocks. Like, so it's, am I strange? Because the world sometimes changes and I just changed last. I remember the first time a white dude called me bro. I was like, what the fuck? And then I found out later that they've been calling each other bro for a long ass time. And they've been pounding each other for a long ass time. I was like one of the last to get the memo. I was like, wait, what the hell is this? So, I mean, am I wrong? Is brothers now calling it cock? Like, I mean, things change. Like is he ahead of the game and I'm behind it? Like, what the fuck? Hey, maybe I'm old, but when he said that, I was like, wait, what the hell? Like, that just resonated with me. Like, what the fuck?
Essentially, Kylie Jenner and them.
Yeah. So it says Too Short used to call pussy. Yeah, I know. That's how I grew up. I mean, like, no. So I'm not tripping because that was a female thing to have. Like that's so, and that's what. So y'all understand because I grew up in Oakland with Too Short, and so y'all understand how confused I was when on Thelma and Louise, where the truck driver dude said, "Suck my cock." I was like, "What the fuck?" So okay, and then somebody said, yeah, black Southern dudes. Well, they don't use it here, so it's a him thing or a New York thing. I know I'm not tripping. Okay, I'm not tripping. So what y'all say confirm what I thought? Because like, yeah, that's when I was a kid. That's what we call like a pussy. No, they say like BBC, but you know what the C stands for, and we don't want to say BBD because Bill Biv DeVoe. We don't want to say suck my Bill Biv DeVoe. So like I mean yeah, so I get it as it references BBC, but nevertheless, that's a white woman describing what you have. That's not you calling it that.
Cock on camera.
He said it again.
When you break it down, that's basically what they are.
I guess it inspires you to suck cock. I don't know. Two Live Crew said what? They say a lot of things. Like me so horny. What did they call a cock a vagina or a penis? What the hell?
How can I not inspire you to want to do more and do more and do more and do more? So that's what he's talking about. I don't know if that's a good thing. A lot of people have that lid on their top here in America.
Well, it's not a matter of having a lid. It's a matter of, do you want to invest your life just climbing an endless ladder? And the only thing at the top is a bunch of stuff. Is the latest iPhone and shit like that. Like,
all I could ever be was a 9-to-5 employee. And it finally came off my head, and I realized.
Once again, work is a means to an end. It's got to end somewhere. And that's what Americans don't understand. Most certainly New Yorkers don't understand. The whole purpose of doing this is to end. It's got to end somewhere. I might say Thailand and Taiwan. Yeah, it's obvious that he's talking, he's using those countries interchangeably. And I do that too. Like that time I confused Austria with Australia, which is never. But I guess, Libya and Liberia, I guess you can, I guess that's, I guess you do that.
Necessarily a good thing.
Modestly, they doing what they need to do, right? And then they're just enjoying it. There's a thing that they do down here, like some.
Yeah, I like that. I like people that bow. Yeah, nothing like a good bow. My massage woman bows, but she turns her head to the sideways, and she bend at her knees. Not in a freaky way that y'all talking about. Like that's part of the. It's a curtsy, is what it's called.
Thing, and I find myself like I was thinking about it early today. Between the time that I woke up and I went to go get that,
You know, MTR like the guy who got some money, and then girls start treating him different, and then he think like man, women are so
in
nice.
America.
No, they treat you like that.
And he's admitting that there's something different here. Okay. I see what's going on here. I, like MTR, am in my 40s. I also, like MTR, have hair. I think that there is something so fucked up about being light-skinned, bald in your 40s that skews your perspective into this crap. Maybe that's why we view the world the same. Because we both traveled and we both have hair in our 40s. Maybe that's it. Maybe that's the key component. Maybe not having to buy head polish gives you a superior perspective on life.
Going on there, you know, it's like you if you go to these third world countries, you're an American. That's a rich American, you know, and so they just kind of treat you with that indifference. Like it's like a little ass kissing. I bet you they don't treat everybody.
Don't care. I mean, by his logic, every time he gets his dick sucked, he'll say, I bet you she don't suck everybody else's dick. Yes. Yes, that's part of the fucking thrill. So basically, you should be mad that she's treating you special. I might say a lack of melanin in hair allowed radiation to go down to his brain. Yeah, it's like the anti-Hulk, where radiation is a bad thing. Like what the hell? Yeah, he's Angry Man with a smaller beard. Which is just yeah. All right.
People just treat you better because they just view you as an American, as somebody who have resources and stuff like that. So you kind of get looked up to a lot, and a lot of people don't understand that you get started to get treated. Guys, I'm gonna stop the video there. Shout out to my brother MTR. In my opinion, I would rank him as the best content creator in the manosphere. But just some.
I don't know what we will call what just happened. Well, okay, I do know what to call that. I would call what just transpired mitigating a threat. That's it. You mitigated a threat. this you've seen him as a threat, and you you found the need to neutralize it. So there you have it. Like you failed in that attempt drastically, but that's what was going on. Make no mistake. You see passport and everything I said, take with a grain of salt against AMS. And the reason why I'm saying that is because I know that this is not him. This is him speaking out of fear of travel, the travel lifestyle alternative. He's speaking out of fear of that. And that's because you can't really sell any strategy that will get you superior results to travel. You just can't. There isn't a strategy that exists in the US that can get you a superior result to travel. Filipina P just read us a story where a man in his 50s was seeing a Filipina in her 20s, and she offered up her 19-year-old sister to sweeten the pot just because. And she said that she would be doing the sister a favor. In what state, in what city, in what state in America does that happen in? To regular guys. Name that one to me. Name me that. I love to hear that. Like, you know, I'll take you there. I know a place. I'll take you there. Like, let me know. Let me know the place where that type of arrangement is going on in America. And let me know the strategy that brings you that result. In fact, just tell me about that time that happened to you. Me and you, your sister and your mother too. Like, let me know. Tell me the strategy to make that happen. I'm curious. I want to see that. I will damn sure attempt to implement it just to display its failure. All right. So I was gonna like cover as much as I can of this whole Young Miami thing, who I didn't even know about, but apparently she's a rapper or something like that. But I'm not. What I am gonna do is I'm gonna just show some more videos of elsewhere, and I want AMS to tell me the strategy that he would use um, to get these type of results elsewhere. Let's look at this one. Okay, I haven't seen this yet, but somebody said I'm disrespecting two of my favorite songs. How's that? You don't like my miraculous voice? Fantasyville, West Carolina, West Carolina. Yeah, it happens. It happens in Playland, East Wisconsin. Yeah, I remember this chick who was in the Pookies when I was young. Told me that her dude was a was a South Oakland Crip, and I was in college, and she wasn't from Oakland, obviously. But for those of you who don't know, there's really no such place as South Oakland, and it's east, west, and north. And furthermore, there are no Crip gangs there, unless something has changed recently. But there are no Crip gangs there at all whatsoever. So yeah, but it sounds tough, I guess. Let me get some volume on this. All right, pump up the volume.
Que tenga valores, que sea pues respetuoso, amable, solidario con las personas. Okay. Y sobre todo pues que sea muy inteligente. Okay. ¿Y te gustan americanos o colombianos? Pues de todo. De todo. Sí. Okay. ¿Qué te gusta físicamente en tu hombre? Físicamente pues en un hombre que sea pues alto. Alto, okay. Que tenga un peso pues acorde a la edad, o sea, ni muy flaco. Okay. Not too fat, not too skinny. Okay. ¿Te gustan hombres con barba? Okay. ¿Te gusta mi barba? Sí. Okay, gracias. Sí, muy bonito, muy chévere. Te cae. Okay. ¿Te gusta cómo yo ves? Sí. Sí. Gracias. O sea, una pinta muy chévere. Okay. She likes what she.
I'm not growing a beard for this bitch. But remember when the Kendra G interview of the other chick, and she said that she wanted a millionaire or a guy who makes $1 million a year? Yeah.
She's in front of her, which is me. Okay. Eres ¿Estás visitando aquí a Cartagena? You're visiting here? Sí, llegué, pues es mi primera vez visitando Cartagena, llegué hace 3 días. Y en Cartagena me parece muy chévere, es un lugar muy agradable, la historia de Cartagena es fascinante, es hermosa, y pues tienen la oportunidad de... Okay, bueno.
Okay, so we get the gist of it. We see the tits, we see the smiles, we see the pleasant, disposition. Apparently, she's just doing that because the person interviewing has money. Okay. Moving on. Let's find some other, and we're just gonna look through my history, and we're gonna play a game. And the name of the game is, how much would it take to get these type of results in America? That's the game. How much would it take to get these results in America? All right, let's see. Here we go. Here's one. See, AMS's thing is that if you keep climbing that ladder, at the end of it will be a pussy. It's like, wow, that's a hell of a lot of work for something that's so basic.
In the United States, it's very difficult to meet, let alone to have a long-term committed relationship.
Okay, let's not play that copyrighted music, and let's just look at the video. Let's look. Okay. So yeah, fat man, not so fat woman. Let's see. Mimic these type of results to have your inbox fill up like this in America. Well, you would have to be rich and famous to fill your inbox up like this. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Brothers, do better. Do better, brothers. Yes, got to get the worst ones. Okay, so let's start with him. In America, what would he have to do to get her? I'm going to repeat. In America, what would he have to do to get her? In America, he would have to be her plastic surgeon. Interesting. Somebody said go on a sugar baby site like Coach Greg Adams. Okay, so how much sugar would she require in America versus in Colombia? Okay, what about these two? What in the hell is that? I'm gonna pretend like she don't exist. All right, and move forward. Let's see here. Bro, let's do better. What in the hell? Well, he's just talking to her. So yeah, so this is the table. You go to these events and you sit at the table. It's about 7, 8 females and you. Um, where does that happen in America? Yeah. Somebody said that this is a 40 plus event. Yeah, well, we know what American 40 plus look like. Okay. So yeah, but if you wanted similar results in America, it would have to be like a millionaires club or something like that, where the ratio of women who want them is far different than the ratio of women who got them. Okay, so here's another one. Hello, what do we have here? So this is a guy who used to be around the space. I mean, he's still in the space. He just don't really network like that anymore. He's a photographer in Brazil, and apparently this is his latest acquisition. And by the way, when I say brothers do better, this is what I'm talking about. So what would it take for you to get these type of results in the US? Just saying. Oh, somebody said Scholar was in Brazil using sugar babies. Listen, I don't care. When it comes down to it, you should not care either. Okay, you're either dealing with sugar babies. Okay, I'm gonna put it like this. I'll put it like this because there's been a lot of talk about leverage today. and before. Like lately, there's been a lot of talk about leverage. There is no greater leverage than being able to, than being willing to, and able to sugar baby. There is no greater leverage. None. Once that is clearly understood between the two of you, then the whole notion of trying to use pussy to control you goes completely out the window. That just becomes like a non-starter. And women do that like throughout the duration of entire relationships. I'm going to cut you off. And once it is clear that, listen, I can get a sugar baby like instantly, and I'm willing to do so. You are not my only sexual source and option. There's always a more attractive sugar baby. So yeah, I can't think of like a better like behavior leveler than that. People talking about leverage. There is no greater leverage than um, having that understood between the two of you. All right, let's see if I can find. There's this one dude that. Okay. Now let's go back to America. Let's go back to America for a second and take a look at this. Oh, and by the way, you don't even have to partake in sugar babies to have that type of leverage. You just need be in a country where such things are legal and commonly practiced. And have it understood, clearly understood, that you have the money for it. Once those three things come into play, then there's no leverage needed. You don't have to leverage on a day to day. You don't even have to say it to them or remind them of it. They know. They know. Chances are they have a friend or family member that is a sugar baby that is hotter. They know that. The leverage is just built into the cake. So back to America. Shout out to Be Good and his channel. Yes, man, a nightclub middle finger from the tattooed hand. And they're saying this while a man is standing there. A man that they have no inclination to his existence and no desire to fuck. Imagine you walking up to, maybe he's walking up to shoot his shot, and then while they're talking about scary ass men not looking to talk, they don't even acknowledge his existence. Let's see if they have any more skits like that. Nah, that's pretty much it. All right, so we're gonna move on. We're gonna go Go back to Colombia. All right, let's see. Ah, this is the one I was looking for. Skitta, that's his name. All right. So let's see here. Let's take a look at his page. All right. Oh, those are some tiggo bitties. So, apparently he's double dating in Colombia 9 months ago with I don't know if he's dating both of them or him and a friend is dating one and he's dating another. But apparently within that same month, he's dating her titties. What would it take to get those type of results in America? I wonder. Let's go to his videos. All right, peace, Mark. Okay, so 5 days ago, he's oh, they're dating these two chicks. So it is two guys, two chicks. Okay. And a week before that, he's dating a different one. And 2 weeks ago, he's with two different chicks. And prior to that, let's see. A month ago, he has that one. So, AMS, what's your strategy? Because like all of this is happening in a 1 month period. What's your strategy to get these type of results? I'm wondering. What's your strategy? What's your brilliant technique to produce these type of results? I am curious. I am, because this guy is not putting in the gym time that you are. So what's your strategy? Like how would you pull this off in New York? His name is Skitta, Skita. How would you go about pulling off these results in New York? Because the first 2 rows is 1 month. Double dating with the homies, and and have this chick here, and these two, and this one. These are all different chicks, and this one, and 2 more. But basically, so what's the deal? What's the deal? How what's your strategy? What's your strategy to pull this off in New York? I'm curious. Okay, so wait, this is the same month. So we have 2 more this month. Big booty, dark skin. Got a light skinned friend, look like Michael Jackson. Got a dark skinned friend. Okay, so yeah, like what's your strategy? This chick here, this Afro-Colombian chick with the bikini, looking real nice. Body wise, what's your strategy for? So the first 8 was 1 month. Now we're going to go into 2 months ago, and then we have 1, 2, 3. Okay, actually, you just have 2 this month, so it must have been a slow month for him, I guess. But what's your strategy for these type of results? And that's the problem, and that's why he's behaving out of character. I'm just going to say that the video we just reviewed was extraordinarily out of character, and that's because he has come across a superior product. And instead of just stepping back and saying, okay, for those of you who are financially tied to the U.S., here's the strategies you need to date within it. Instead of for saying that, he's like, you better stay your ass here. Okay. I can get used to this. I'm wondering, is that a $250 meal? She got a little pudge. Oh, and by the way, these are the ones that he's able to get on camera. The others, just don't want to be seen on camera. So once again, what's your strategy for getting these type of results? And the unfortunate truth for AMS is that there isn't one. There isn't a strategy, a sales technique, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. There isn't anything that you can do to get those type of results. Not even close. With that understanding, he resorted to confusion and lethargic tactics as a means to stay relevant. But yeah, so I'm gonna close out right now. But Battle of the Beige has a clear winner. It is MTR by a long shot. Maybe there'll be, a part two, Battle of the Beige Part 2, Light Skin Revenge, and AMS will come with a strategy that is superior to MTR's. But so far, MTR is the clear winner. All right. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, I got to put the link out. He said, I saw him with a single mom who weighed around 200 pounds. I'd give that an extra 10 minutes if you want to come up, Cortez. Because y'all know how I feel about stuff like that. So apparently Redbeard was banned from Colombia. That's a shame. All right, let's see. I might say a great show. Well, it's a great show if Cortez comes up, because I want to see it. Because I mean, if he's up talking 200-pound single moms, then that puts him in the exact same category as all the other game dudes, and I always put him above them. So, but this whole mass holler combined with lower standards technique is extraordinarily flawed, and it does nothing but cheapen the men. So I'm hoping that that's not the case, but yeah. All right. So anyway, I want to thank the. Let me see if I got them all. Let me see. Got the super chats. All right, and let me just check the cash apps. Wait a minute. Hold on. All right. I want to thank the Cash App Super Chats, managers, moderators, those who are listening silently, and those who participate in the chat. Make sure you hit that like button on your way out. And this is Game Changer 00100 show. Game over. Peace.